Hello, hello. Just getting set up here to do a live stream. So we're going to be working on the VTOL again. Just going to put out a couple quick announcements here so that if anyone's interested in watching, they can come and join. So worked on this a little bit yesterday in a live stream, did some other stuff too, but this was kind of the main thing. Enjoyed doing that. All right, and so just doing a couple posts here, letting everybody know that I am streaming. All right, so that's all done. Let's go ahead and get working on this sucker. So I did a little bit of work on this off screen. Just kind of got a little bit of the this and that done. Kind of figured out some of the stuff I needed to get done, that I wanted to get done, a little bit of aesthetic stuff. So didn't do too much. Try to catch up. I rounded this tail section off a little bit here. It's a little bit modern looking. I kind of like it. So what we're going to have in here is we're going to have a linear track, and that linear track is going to allow me to have winches come out, and they'll be used for rescues, and I may or may not use them for other things, but that is presently, at the very least, what they're going to be for is for rescues. So we'll plumb that in right now. Right there is good. So let's cut this into the ceiling here. That's where the door is, and then we'll cut. So this is going to allow me to do rescues. I don't want to, see, my fuel tanks are down here, and that's where all my fuel is. So I don't want to cut through the floor. I don't want to accommodate for that to put rescues underneath there. So what I'm thinking is do a rearward winch system. I've done that before, and that's worked well. I'm just looking for this, making sure I'm not deleting that off. All right, and so I think there, and then I want to paint it first because this becomes a pain to paint. How's it going, Citrus? What's going on? Good to see you. So we'll paint this sucker up here, and then, so the track's going to go on here, and the way we'll do rescues is the ramp will be dropped down to level, and then the winches will stick out in the back here, and you'll be able to rescue people, and then it will winch you back in over the ramp and inside. This will also allow us to easily run some cargo, so kind of multi-purposed. Let's go ahead and we will go. I'm gonna keep it. I'll just keep it black for now. Let's go track for linear track. If I can actually type it in, there we go. All right, so we'll do a linear track here. All right, and then how do I want to do these winches? So to rescue 2 people, I'm going to need 2 winches. So we'll do a pair of winches on here. So they'll kind of stick on like that. That works for me for now. All right, and I'll paint this up really quick. All right. All right, so that is painted up. So that's going to slide on the roof. The roof is on fire. Let's see, track. So I want to get this in the career build series. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of working on this a little bit, is trying to get this in career build series. I've been getting a bunch of missions I've been putting off because I really don't have something that I want to use. So this will go backwards. Oh, that's nice, working on the Peterbilt there, Citrus. Yeah, I saw some pictures of it earlier. So this will slide backwards on the track. And so what I want to do is, I kind of don't want to have a hole there. at all times. I was trying to think if it's worth putting something in there, but maybe not. Okay, that's how far do these go down? That's not going to work. They have to go down further or else they're going to hit on this area here. So it needs to go down one. The winches. So what I'll do is I don't want these hanging down too much. I might scratch this idea. I really don't like this tail all that much. Let's undo this and see where I really want to be here with this tail. Something about the center of this tail that I really don't like. I could do fold-out winches. The other thought is I could plumb in a door here. This could be interesting. Let's play with some doors here. Maybe I'll do winches on the side, and then I'll do a winch on either side. So that could be interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I think that will give it a little bit more interest as well. And then I'm trying to do color match on this. So if I go all the way down here, I can color match out the pivot. So let's get the pivot up, and it will go that way. Then this shows the whole reason because the devs didn't make it so that we can paint both sides of that. So by putting the base there, I can have the correct color that I want. That is going to be obscuring the door. Trying to think how I want to do this. So I don't want to float it, so I'm going to have to cut another block there, put a block here. Actually, this could shift up one. So let's go like that. And this can shift up one. No, it can't. Can it? No, not really. It's gonna be difficult, huh? Got to be difficult. So actually, I probably want I don't know. I can't have the doors open in. If I have a container in here, I need to be able to get out. Could go in front there. Yeah, see, I want to be able to step out here, though. That's the issue, too. These doors aren't going to open when the vehicle's moving anyway. So I'm trying to think. I could put the winch on the door. That's not going to really extend there. Yeah. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Let's undo that for now. So anyway, I put in some tracks on the ground here. That allows me to put in my pallets. Let's cut some of this. I've been very unhappy with this tail, so let me see if I can play with it and get it to a point where I actually like it. So that's kind of stalled out there. That's fine. Come on. I've been just kind of toiling over this tail, trying to get this to kind of operate the way I want it to. So comes into an unfortunate conversion here where we convert from 2-bys to 1-bys too. So that's not as well. That's not really all that helpful either. Yeah, see, like here's a pain. So trying to figure out how I want this tail here. So we'll go one extra on the ramp. I'll play with this, see what I think of it. It has a couple turbines with ducted fans on the front, so that's for going in jet mode. And then when you start to slow down, it will activate the clutch for these rotors, and you can either do a short takeoff and landing, or you can do a vertical takeoff and landing. So it actually works pretty well. Let's see how I want to hook this up. Let's see. Let's go to 4s here. If I put the ramp all the way up, I can go back to that idea I had before. All right, go like that. And then nope, can't do that, huh? Got to be 1x2s here. Swaps out to 1x2s if you do this. This is just bringing it right back to where it was last time. So that's not going to work. Ugh. I decide how I want to get this, how I want to do this, man. I could put it out an extension if I do that. All right, I think I kind of have a notion of what I want to do here, so. All right, I think I'm kind of figuring out what I want to do here. That's super duper short, though. Check the colors on that. Let's drop this new ramp, see how I like it. Yeah, come on, keep going down. All right, so that is the ramp. Ramp's a little bit longer. Yeah, so I'm trying to decide how I want to do rescues on this. Let's go back to the one. Let's go back to this one. So track wasn't a terrible idea. It was just that the winches stick down right in the way. What I can do is have them spawn over the ramp, is another notion. The other one I have was this, which, let's test this out. Yeah, it's a turboprop. It's a turbine with turbo shaft capabilities, essentially, because the rotors would be turbo shaft. Yes, it's not turboprop. It would be turbo shaft for the rotors, and then it's turbine for the jet mode, essentially. Because I put the ducted fan in there just because I don't like the smoke. So it would essentially be running. It's like running the propellers off of the accessory, off of the turbine, and that is giving you power. So that's essentially turbo shaft. Let's go ahead and a little bit paint. So I think I was playing with this idea before of bringing it up one higher anyway. So I think I'm going to do that to start with. And then we'll cut into here. We'll see what this looks like. I really am not liking this tail at all, so I kind of want to work on this tail. It's kind of the one area I really dislike. So let's go ahead and grab those. I'll cut this out for now, just so I know I don't need it. Okay, and then I want a 1x4. Alright, so make this a little bit higher, I think will look better. Yeah, it's turbo shaft if it's essentially a shaft drive going to an accessory like a propeller or a rotor or something like that. Alright, so then what I want to do is I want to go 1x2s here. Sometimes this looks funky doing the same block duplicated one after the other, but I think this will help the overall shaping of it. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm digging this already. Make it a little bit taller. The roof was way too flat before. Yeah, I'm digging that. I think that's a little bit better. that's better, and then that will give me a little bit more space, I think, for the rescue system. All right, and then we'll cut that. That gives it, makes it a little bit more substantive too here. Extends it a little bit, makes it a little bit more interesting, I think, at the back here, and then I should be able to do what I want with the, it's definitely got a more modern design to it here, and I can put a sharp tail on it, which I think will look better than, yeah, because I had it way too abrupt on the stoppage of it, so. All right, so that's the new tail there, and then I should be able to get a. Okay, now that gives me enough gap that I can get the winches in, and that also gives me some shaping here that I kind of wanted. So this is, I think, going to be better doing it like this. All right, so that will be good. And then so we're going to go ahead and we'll cut in here. That gives me a little bit of headroom, and now this will be the track system will go all the way to the top like this. Yeah, I want to plumb it up before I screw around too much. So with the linear tracks, you can see a little bit of the block that it touches. So I like to paint those black to kind of make them look like they're greased tracks. And then, am I doing this here? This is going to be interesting. Crap. It's going to be interesting here. I see now with the new tail, I can't extend it as kind of how I want. Actually, you know what? I can put a winch system right there and not track it. I think that's what I'll do. I'll have a special winch just for rescues. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, good. So let's get this kind of plumbed in here. I'm going to do a bunch of repainting here, trying to get this kind of... I don't like having these colored blocks under cover blocks, so I usually just paint them back to white. All right, so I need to see what I can put in for cover blocks here, which is probably going to be 1x on the base. Like so. Yep, and then I can meet up there for a kind of an end piece there. All right, good. So let's undo that and let's paint this. Sorry, I'm out of chat for a little bit here. Kind of getting a little bit on a roll here, trying to finally figure out what the hell I want to do with this. So let's go like this. All right. And then what I want to do here, actually, you want to cut that and put, I don't want to route the top there. And then let's go 1x2s up here. That rounds the roof a little bit, gives it a little bit more interest. And then where does this meet up? One more block it meets up. So I think we'll stop there. Okay, good. And this will be where it seals. Nice. So I think it's going to be better too. Okay, cut that. Nice. So I think that, why didn't this side get that treatment? That's weird. Okay. Grab that. I'll be in chat in a minute. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, I'm liking that a little bit better. It gives it a little more interest, I think. Yeah, that's given a little bit more shapeliness inside. Still matches up pretty nicely there. And then we will go ahead and I'll put So the ramp will come down here and then put a couple winches up in the tail here, and that will be for rescues. So that will actually work out really well. All right, good. So let's quickly drop the ramp and I'll check some chat. It's going good there, Neotastic. How are you? Saw a couple of your shorts pop up on my feed. Why? Oh, Infinite Electricity. No, Infinite Electricity is on. Why is this not working? Oh, I disconnected all the panels. That would be why. That would do it. So when you go for a rescue, the ramp will be down like this. And what will happen is there'll be a short track segment here that will be able to have winches that will, so like you'll go down on the winch here, just past the ramp. And you'll grab the people, you'll come back up, and then it will gently shuffle you in over the ramp and let go. So that's what I'm thinking. I may actually be able to do something kind of cool in here. We'll have to see. So that's kind of the notion here. I'll finish it up later, but I like this tail better. A little bit more prominent, a little bit more futuristic, I think. So. All right, that goes like that. All right, and so we'll do that. We'll repaint this. Give me the right color. Thank you. Yeah, so I like the way this tail's looking better now. It was just a weird length. Like this is a little bit more prominent, a little bit, and it doesn't really stick out. It sticks out what, 1, 2, maybe 3 blocks past where the rudders are, so it really doesn't add much. So that's going pretty well. That's good. Let's start. Yeah, I like the rounder top. It looks less flat and unfinished. So I'm digging on that. That's pretty good. Let's put this back in. Let's go right here with this because I don't think that's in the way of anything I would need. It is not. Okay, perfect. And then I'll work with these panels later. I'll start putting some away. This one can go away because that one has no chance of getting bigger or smaller, so that one can be put away. And the fuel tanks, try to get as much fuel in the sucker as possible. Doesn't need a huge amount of fuel, but it's always good to have some extra fuel. And this one, gyro always needs a helper block to paste it, so. All right. That one can go in for now. All right. So I kind of think of the rescue systems a little bit later. But this will hold 2 of the pallets, so I can do fuel transfer with this, transferring from base to base with pallets. The other thought I had, I've done this before where I have a rescue module that I have to put in. And so the way the rescue module would work is it slide on these tracks. But I have such a long ramp, that's really not going to work. So I'd have to think of something else. All right, so I think we're safe to, yeah, I'm going to say safe to bucket this, but I think I only have a couple to do. I don't want to use the bucket and have to go fix colors later, so. Right, where are we at here? That all cleaned up? That right there, okay. Come on, being a pain here. Right onto the ramp. I'll fix that later. All right, so let's go for a little flight. I have to move all these panels. Let's hide all these panels. Let's check, see if I need to do anything. So VTOL controller has an extra spot anyways, so I'll just put all these in. You know, I was going to wait and make sure that they're not going to get any bigger or smaller, but I don't think they will. I think I'm just going to be adding autopilot and stuff like that. So that will kind of do it for us. All right, and then what are you? You are engine. That's got to be the turbine controller there. And then where are we at here? Can you go forward here and park your ass right there? Can you? I think it can. Let's check, make sure it's not deleting anything it shouldn't be doing. Nope, looks good. I need to double check the fuel, make sure I didn't screw up any of the fuel system there. Nope. And so that will actually add capacity to the fuel, so that's always nice. And what are you? You are something else. All right, cut you. Now this is nice and flyable now. Electricity is the only thing that I have to have infinite electricity on. So if I can get it to that state, I can, go ahead and actually play with it in like a career build series game, which is where I'd like to get, so I can use it. That kind of derailed career build series. I didn't want to use any of my helicopters or anything, so this will get me going on that. All right, so let's go for a little flight. Show those who have not seen it. So it has a ramp. I'm not going to bother using the ramp to get in. I'm going to put some doors over the bulges for the wheels. So put in Basilicious's gauges yesterday. So Basilicious added some of this added something at my request, which I appreciate. So this, as you can see, you can adjust the artificial horizon, and that's something you have to do in real flight. You will adjust your artificial horizon like this to put your horizon line where it belongs. So that's something he added. Also put in the ability to use the physics sensor, so that really cuts out a lot of extraneous blocks just using the physics sensor, so that's nice. Alright, so let's go ahead. I don't have any brakes on this, so let's start going. So 3 key is my ducted fans. I just turn to the AC, let me know if it's too noisy for you guys. Alright, so I don't think Citrus is seeing this, but so you notice the propellers aren't moving. At such a low RPS, they're not going to spin yet. As you can see, we're using the ducted fans to go out, so I'm using the 3 and 4 keys. Works the clutches for the ducted fans. And so we're just taxiing out like a plane at the moment. I really like the silhouette. The wings came out nice. I like how they look. I like the new tail. As you see, it was too stubby before. This has a better silhouette on it, I think, now. Alright, and as I increase the thrust, you'll notice those props start to spin up. So I'm going to go up on 1, props will start to spin. And now we're going to go, so I'm going to hold down 1 and 3 at the same time to do ducted fans. And we'll do a stall takeoff. There's a stall takeoff, gears coming up. And then once we go high enough speed, you'll notice the rotors will start to slow down and they lose effectiveness. You notice they go flat, so they no longer control anything. And the clutch is actually disconnected on those. They'll still spin because of the air resistance, but they no longer actually control anything. And the gyro is off. I have no auto hover on, so my hands are off the controls. I'm touching nothing. So it flies very stably. So it's set up well. It doesn't really need too much intervention, which is nice. I need to put in a little bit of auto yaw just to mimic real life aerodynamics. Yeah, super stable. Hands are off it. No auto hover on the gyro now. It works really well. I like the silhouette. I really do like the rounded top a lot more. It was way too flat before. I like the pointier tail. That's a cool feature. So it has a pretty good speed. We're doing 250 knots. I can probably go a little bit faster, maybe. I think I added, it's a little bit slower than it was, maybe. It was going 255 before, but not by much. So most of the panels are set up in here where I want them. So I added some things off screen. So that's going to be fuel valve. I can just barely touch it. Fuel valve 1 and 2. Start 1 and 2, so that's how we're going to start the turbines in the future. Right now, I just have it on the seat. I'm trying not to make it a complicated start procedure until I get all the systems kind of dialed in, because it's a pain to have to do like a 5-minute startup every time I want to test something. This is going to be thrust plus and minus, and in a bar graph showing the thrust. This is going to be the fans clutch, plus and minus. The rotors, will, as you can see, they're barely turning. That's the air moving them. They are not actually connected to the turbines right now. They disconnect once you get above 90 knots, so that the engines are no longer wasting energy to turn those. Once we get below 90 knots, they'll automatically reclutch and come in. And this is the fans. Even though I'm controlling it with the keyboard, I still like to have a manual there. This is going to be release parking brake. Don't know about that yet. I'm not going to put flaps on this likely, because it doesn't really need the flaps, because the rotors, you know, do that for me. And then we have 1 and 2 and 2, 1 and 2 and 1, number 1 and number 2 ITT, gear position, and landing gear. So we're going to go up here to, where the hell is it? It's over here, I think. Where the heck is it? Did I pass it already? Right there. I want to go to that helipad. So that's actually where I'm going to be driving it for the Build Challenge Echo. So I came up with a procedure on how to land this properly. So what we want to do is, I don't want to decrease thrust. IRL, you'd start decreasing your thrust. What I want to start to do is decrease the fan clutch. So as you can see, I'm starting to decrease the fan clutch to slow down. All right, and that's how I'm going to do it. So what it's going to do is keep the turbine spun up, and it's going to give it so that the rotors have enough power to essentially take over vertical flight. So transitions, like, I don't like a lot of people's systems how they just do like vertical flight, horizontal flight. It's way too automated for me. So, like, I'm going to do a proper approach here into the helipad. So we're going 137 knots. I wish I didn't have to put my thing right on where it says keypad, but we're going to start pressing 4 and coming off of the speed. I'm going to start re-trimming a little bit. I have to trim up. As you can see, we've slowed down. The rotors automatically spun up. The clutches automatically take over, and then I'm going to press a little bit more of 3. I'm going to press 3 some more. I don't want to completely stop here. So I'm going to come in at like 60 knots. As you can see, 60, 70 knots there. The rotors will still work for me. And we'll do a normal like airplane approach. Landing gear's coming down. This light should be amber. I don't know why that's green. I got to fix that. Landing gear's down 3 green. We'll start cutting off the thrust a little bit of the fan clutches. So we're slowing down. The fan clutches have barely any thrust going to them, or clutch going to them now. Still coming in at 43 knots. A little bit more on 4, start slowing down even more. And when I press the space bar, I'll completely zero it out. And space bar, and I'll just pitch it like a helicopter. And we missed the helipad, but not the end of the world. So again, I still haven't turned on auto hover. I'm just manually controlling it. So I'm just trying to turn for the helipad here. So you use a couple tricks IRL when you're doing this stuff. Like a lot of helicopters, the reason why they have windows down there is to see below them. But as you can see, I can use my peripherals, so I start looking off to my side here. And I don't need to see the H. I just need to see the edges of the helipad. And I come in a little bit off center like this. And then I want to try to put it right on the H. So what I did was I drew a reference line from the top of the H to the corner of the asphalt there. And now I'm going to come in sideways and touch down. And now I can start to see the orange of the helipad a little bit better. I'm going to start pulling back my thrust with 2 and see how we did. So not quite on the money. I'm going to put a camera in there at some point, but yeah, that's how you do it with peripheries. You know, I notice in a lot of games like Star Citizen that they want everything to be bubble canopies. And in real life, you tend to use your peripheral vision a lot more, so you'll do stuff like that. You'll look out the side, and you'll say, okay, the H is right here. It lines up with this corner or the asphalt. If I line up at the corner of the asphalt, I'm right on the H. So they do stuff like that. But that works pretty well. So let's go ahead and power back up. Do a vertical takeoff. So we're powered up. Let's go ahead and go up. And you would not want to raise your gear right now, because if you had an engine problem, you want the suspension of the gear. So you notice like everybody and their brother wants to raise their gear right away, and that's because of movies. Movies tell everybody to raise their gear too early. You wait until you're definitely committed to flight before you put your gear up. You don't want to overspeed, but so I'm adding in the fan clutches there. As you can see, we're starting to speed up, and gear's coming up now. We're stabilized in horizontal flight. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong key. I was decreasing the thrust of my engines. And here we go. And we're off again. So it works pretty well. So this is going to be good for a career build series. I was so sick of helicopters, and I didn't want to use any of my helicopters, so I said I'll make a VTOL to do it. But I like this. This is it has a good cool factor. It also can carry 2 of those of my pallets, so I'll be able to do fuel transfer with that. It has a pretty reasonable fuel capacity. I think it's something around 6,000 liters right now, which is pretty good. So I need to do refueling panel. I need ground services for refueling. What else do I need? I need to hook up all the electrical systems. Need to start working on some of the panels. So this is going to be altitude hold, heading hold, waypoint. This is my autopilot panel. This is my bearing panel. Most of this is set up battery 1 and 2, power connect GPU, bat 1, 2, volts 1 and 2. Then this is Gen 1 and 2, APU bleed, engine bleed PSI and APU PSI, cross bleeds for starting the engines. These are all my lights. This is going to be fuel pounds per hour, fuel capacities, fuel cross feeds. And then for Arctic stuff, I'll put in my anti-ice panel in here, and probably a hydraulics panel. So maybe I'll make this hydraulics 1 and 2, and then the associated gauges, because that's going to be mostly fake to the hydraulics. Ooh, so it just did this thing. It's something with the stock gyro. So if it does this, just turn on the auto hover and it fixes itself. It's something with the stock gyro. It gets confused when it goes upside down. It doesn't know where right side up is. So it will do that every once in a while. It's kind of a stock gyro thing, but you see, I just pressed the auto hover, and it fixed itself. So kind of a wild ride. So we're gonna go right in. We're gonna do a slow speed landing. So we'll do a stall landing at Dremore. So that's one of the cool things is, you know, a lot of these VTOLs, like in real life, one of the reasons why we don't have a ton of VTOLs, one, they're super loud, they're inefficient, they're heavy, they burn a ton of fuel. And so a lot of them will do stall takeoffs for actually most of their takeoffs, because they can carry so much more weight if they don't have to go vertical, because you have to carry the weight of the airplane, the fuel, the passengers, and all the cargo. If you do and it's all based on the engines. If you do a little bit of even a little bit of airspeed going forward, now the wings are starting to take a bunch of that. So we'll start to bring the clutch back on the turbines. Not the most convenient place to touch the 4 key, because I can't really roll while I'm doing this. But slow down to about 80-something knots. Gears coming down. I need to index the speeds on these. Like, you'd have maximum gear extension speed. Like for ours in the Embraer 145 was 250 knots. So as you can see, we can get down to really slow speed without flaps, because the rotors are taking over. Rotors are giving us enough lift that we really don't, need any flaps. What do you mean when I said, Citrus, what do you mean when I said that's not a VTOL in the Discord? That was because that was my stall airplane. The crashed plane, the picture of the crashed plane was not the VTOL, that was my stall airplane from yesterday. Landing gears down 3 green, so we're coming at 64 knots. We can get really slow because this is, so like if you had a really heavy cargo, instead of doing a vertical landing, you could do a little bit of even a slow speed coming in here at like 50 knots. The wings would be taking so much of that weight, you'd be able to hold more weight. So as you can see, I can get down really slow to like 33 knots here and just come in and do a really super duper touchdown here. All right, we'll taxi in. So this is gonna be a good first stall, takeoff and landing. I haven't tested it with full. Yeah, that picture I put on the Discord was the stall airplane. So I built a little runway on this island, and I was testing it out. That was the stall airplane. VTOL, of course, could land on the runway without a problem. But testing with the stall airplane, trying to be able to land airplanes on that island I want to buy for the career build series. And so as you see, when I thrust back on my thrust, you'll notice the rotors barely turn, and that allows me to taxi without it constantly trying to pick me up off the ground, so that's kind of a nice feature. All right, so this is back. Let's go ahead and do a couple things. Let's save this, start hooking up some systems. So this was the plane that I was talking about that I crashed, that was on Discord, the stall airplane here. Let's see, where are we at here? Lights. All right. Get all these lights hooked up. All right, so that's running fuel. I'm not going to have that run fuel. This will run hydraulics, I think. Actually, let me look. Where are we at here? So it's going to have to do cross feed. And then these 4 gauges here. All right. So likely I'll make this my hydraulic system because it's just faked anyway. So let's see. What do we have for buttons here? We have 21 through, should be 32. Okay, 21 through 32. Let's get those set up. So let's see. This one here is going to go there, there, and then this goes out to this panel here, and then this will go return right there to this one. Okay, good. So let's get on the lighting panel. We'll get all our lights set up here. Okay, to remember the numbers. Beacon, what is beacon? Beacon is, it's going to be 21, 22, 23, 24, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Nope. I'm going to have to add one anyway. All right, let's see where we're at here. This is all junk. This can go. So I was going to do hydraulics. So I don't need my fuels in here. So let's see. Fuel and fuel, those can go. Was that temp? I don't want temp on that. So temp can go. Let's see. Crossfeed, I do want crossfeed stays. Let's landing nav, crossfeed, crossfeed, strobes, beacon, and I want taxi. Taxi, and I want logo. Logo lights. And then hydraulics is going to be faked. So likely we're good on this panel. Let's move that and move that. All right. Landing nav, crossfeed, crossfeed. I'm going to move these around while I'm at it. We'll line these up. Oh, be annoying. Beacon nav should be a logo. Then it will be after logo. What is it? It is Taxi landing. Nope, strobes taxi landing. Strobes taxi landing. Crossfeed 1, crossfeed 2. Okay, that's set up. I don't know. We'll see how if I get it done. If I get it done to a standard that I'm happy with. Logo taxi right there. Okay. So let's count these out here. So we have beacons 23, nav is 24, 27 is going to be logo. Okay, 27 is logo. 27 is logo, okay, and then strobes is going to be 28. And these are 31, 32. Middle mouse button is a bad time to misbehave. There we go. All right, so that will set that up, and then I might have to add the gear panel in here to shut the light off, but we'll see. Crossfeed, okay, so crossfeed's good. I need to figure out what crossfeed is. 21, 22, I think. 21 and 22. So that's going to actually move the fuel from tank to tank. Okay. So we'll start with that. We'll get this all hooked up. And then this will get hooked right back there. Okay. Well, let's see. We want landing lights are going to be in the hips. Taxi light is on the nose wheel. So I'm gonna have to extend this to do all the bending on those. Strobes are these two inboards. Logo light. I have yet to hook up a logo light yet. Beacon, the two on the tail here. Nav lights are these, and I don't have a white nav light yet. If I have to sacrifice one, that is usually what gets sacrificed. All right, let's work on the cross-feed system. So I could do this with 1 or 2 pumps. I don't know. If I could do it with 1, that would save me a little bit. Let's see. I have to add so many valves. I might as well just do it with 2 pumps. Yeah. Not really worth it to screw around with it too much. Let's see. All right, let's get rid of symmetry. So this will be cross feed to 1. And this will be cross feed to 2. All right, good. So make a really simple, easy, non-pain in the butt cross feed system. All right, good. And then ground services panel, where's that gonna go? Let's see. Ground services can't go there really. Could go right here maybe. No, that's right on the. That's gonna be right on the thing there. I'll have to figure out ground services. I might put it in here if I can. I don't know yet. We'll figure that out later. So that's plugging in ground power and refueling and everything. All right, so there's my cross feeds right there. So let's plug those in. So cross feed to 2 is going to be this one. And then cross feed to 1 is going to be this one. So cross feeds are set up. That allows me to balance my fuel. Lights are set up. Nice, nice, and nice. All right, good. So that's a good start on that. All right, and let's start working on some of this stuff. So I need to start numbering out. So electrical panel is going to go all together. So 1, 2, 3. I think I numbered all this up to 32. Okay, so this is all numbered out. Okay. Yep, so this is all numbered out. So I'll change the way this is set up. Okay, that goes there. That's fine the way it is. Okay, so this one here can then go to there, to there, to there, to there, to there. Beautiful. Okay, that sets that up. All right, nice. And so this is electrical. That is generators. All right, so I need to make an electrical fuel panel. So we'll do that. Let's see. Electrical / fuel. All right, good. So that'd be composite in panel, composite output panel. Okay. And I'm trying to remember how to go through these. So we need 1, 2, 3. So there's going to be bat number 1 bat. Number 2 bat. Main bus. Okay, main bus. Then we need, this is going to be a big panel. Number input, bat number 1, bat. Number 2 bat. All right. And then those need clutches. This is going to be a big panel. Number 1 gen. Number 2 gen. All right, so that's good there so far. That's a start. Let's get in there. Check chat in a second here. Okay, chat's good. Spawn. Let's see where we're at here. Let's get these set up. Gens, bats, main bus. Number 2, number 1, panel. Okay, good. Start working. All right, let's go 1. Click on it. There we go. 2, 3 at least. This might be hooked up to another panel later. We'll see. All right, so there's panels. So 1 is number 1 bat, 2 is number 2 bat, 3 is main bus. That's pretty simple. Battery 1 and 2. All right. So battery 1 goes there. Let's do constant number 1. And then what is gen 1 and 2? Gen 1 and 2, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, and 10 maybe? I think it's 9 and 10. I'm trying to remember the panel in my head, so. Nine and 10. That doesn't sound right to me, but I'll have to fix it later. So 9 would be that. 10, I can fix it if it's wrong. Okay. Nice. All right. And then let's do property number here. Gen P value. All right, good. That's Gen 1 and 2. All right, good. So that hooks up the gens. So far, at least. All right, what is that? That's output to panel. So we'll start reading some stuff out. So, see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me have to look at the panels to see where we're at here for numbering. So, yep. So it's going to be batteries and then volts. Okay, batteries, volts. So we want to write the number. So it'll be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 right there. So this is going to read out, go down. I want functions, x times 100 to turn battery into percentages instead of hard numbers right there. Okay. And then number 2 back goes there. And then I want deltas. And this is my volts meter. So delta off of 1. There's 1. 1 right there. Delta off of 1 into a function, which is x times 3600. That goes there. Okay. And x times 3600 for 2. All right, good. So that's volts. That can hook to the panel for now. I'll probably be adding some stuff later, but that's in. Nice. So that's gets a lot of those panels up and running. All right, after that we have gen, which I need to make sure these are 9 and 10. 9 and 10. Good memory. Then this should be APU power and bleeds. These are all the bleeds. I have to screw with bleeds now. Let's see. Let's do just electrical, and I can kill this panel and make it just electrical. So electrical, bingo, that's done. If I move these, it's gonna be a pain, but whatever, I'll move them. All right. And then I've got one more node there. Figure it out later. All right, that's good. That's my electrical panel. Nice. I'm just going to copy this for fuel. Pneumatic. So what do I need for bleeds here? Bleed should plug into engines, I think. I'm trying to think. You know what I'll do? I'll run an RPS to that for bleed. I need to run it right to the engine panel. I'll figure that out later, what I need to do for that. That needs to go in the engine panel so that the bleeds work properly. So wait on bleeds. Bleeds and APU. APU needs to come out of the... APU should come out of this panel, which makes a bunch of work for me. All right, I'll do APU later, I think. Yeah, I'll do the APU later. I just want to get some of the stuff done. All right, so we have fuel. That's pounds. That's okay. So all this panel is just read here, so I don't really need all that much in there. So that's not too bad, actually. So I need 2 fuel reads on this. Pneumatics are going to be taken later. So let's do this. Dare I renumber this crap? Okay, so I'm going to renumber some of this crap here. So that is APU's 1112. And instead of renumbering it, I'll just go like... You see how these are connected. That goes to there. Okay, these all read through. So pneumatics will go to the engine panel. This is just reading off fuels. So we'll go in here, and I can actually make this electrical fuel. It really doesn't add that much to it because the fuel doesn't do a ton. So let's do logic in, and that will be Number 1, fuel. Number 2, fuel. Okay. Now we'll grab those, snatch those up here. Let's see if I can remember them. So we have 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 19 and 20. So 19 and 20. And this is going to be a function. So I do it in pounds. So it's going to be x times 1.84 for how much jet fuel weighs. Just pretty much do the same weight for diesel as well. They're pretty comparable. All right, that goes. What happened there? Okay, I dragged the other one on top of it. Okay, there we go. All right, so that is all plumbed in now. I have to do fuel flow at some point, but that's kind of a pain, so I'll get into that later. Crossfeed's on this panel here, so that's fine. All right, so pneumatics are going to go separately when I set the engine up, and then APU, I need to run an APU out of there, and then I just need to run 1 digit off the spare digit to run the bleeds, so that's not a big deal. All right, good. So we're actually in reasonable shape here. See what else I need in here. Thrust here, so I need to start setting up the engine panel. So what needs to go to engines here? That's the question. So this is all electrical, it doesn't need to go to engines. This is fuel, that doesn't need to go to engines, doesn't need to go to engines. So this is the only thing that needs to go to engines, it's APU as well. Okay, so that's not the end of the world, it's just a pain. It's gonna make it so that I have to add a node unless I renumber a bunch of stuff. APU here is kind of causing me problems. APU should be there, but it's going to cause me some problems. This pneumatic I would like to take out of the system. So let's do it. Let's disconnect that. So it comes through here, up to here. This will go straight here instead. And then this will go be part of this system here. So this is going to be... Now it's a park brake. So we'll number these new here. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, good. 9, 10, 11, 12. 9, 10. 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. And then this here will be now. Ha! That's amazing. The numbers are right. That's awesome. The numbers are right on the money. 13, 14, 15, 16. That worked out perfectly. I didn't even plan for that to work out as well as it did. All right, good. That's nice. I like that. So I didn't even have to renumber that one. That's awesome. All right, let's go there, there, there. You are now going to go to the engine panel. So the whole reason I did all that is the engines need to go to the engine panel. So electrical will be... so this is going to have to pass through... Where are you going? Right there? That's going to have to pass through to get in there. So that's not a big deal. What are you doing? Your lights and crossfeed. So what's actually better is this will not connect to there. That will terminate. So this panel will go up there, and then I can plug into this setup here for electric fuel. So that actually works better. So this here is, where the hell are we going here? Right there. And you're going into electric fuel. So that works. Nice. This is actually straightening it up pretty well. What's that? Gear, VTOL controller, turbine. Turbine's currently hooked to the seat, which will change. So let's play with our turbine controller here. All right, so presently that's seat. All right, so this turbine controller needs to get pulled and worked on. So, and what do we have for space in here? So this can go expand out one. So it's going to expand out 4x2. So that's actually gives me a lot of growth. So let's just cut it, stick it down here, and I'll expand it. So what is it now? 3. Oh, I can't completely fill, but no, I don't think so. I think it goes like that. There we go. That's better. All right, good. So that's now gonna fit back in there. All right, so here's my turbine controller. All right, so now we're making it so the seat no longer controls it, so it's going to be a longer startup procedure, but oh well. All right. So let's see. We have RPS, throttle, composite panel. Okay, starter. What is this starter? What the hell is that all about? Let's see what the hell that's about. Okay, I have it hooked up with something else, so that can go actually. So this starter in is adieu. RPS, fan clutch, throttle. Why do I have throttle? Okay, that goes out to throttle. That's fine. That's the starter. That's good. Okay, nice. So we're in good shape here for this panel to get refactored. So we want to plug this one in. Panel goes to up to the pneumatics panel, and then this one here will go to right there. All right, so looking at this, I need to add a parking brake on here. All right, that's not bad. All right, so that'll work out pretty well there. All right, so this needs to add park brake. Park brake. And then what number is that? That's 2. Okay, so we need 2. And I need the seats to plug in. I screwed up by disconnecting this from seat. So let's go to panel, change that back to seat, because the seat needs to still do some work. Which part's mad wizardry there, Citrus? So that's good there. Why? Did I not move these? Where is it? Right there? I've got this all packed in here. I don't know where my new nodes are coming in at. Oh, okay, right here is the spawn area. You see all this crap spawning in here that I don't want. Okay, I need to move this whole set there down. Okay, good. All right, so seat 3 and 4 does the fan clutches. 31 does that. 1 and 2 is the RPS. That's fine. Okay, good. 3 I don't need. Panel is now going to be channel 1 or 2. It's 2 rather. 2 on the panel. It's going to be a parking brake release. So it's going to be a knot. So if you need to invert something, you can just use a knot. I like doing a parking brake release. That way it has the brakes on when it spawns in game. All right, that is set up there. So for parking brake, okay, good. Park brake is now connected. Starter is, ooh. Huh. I don't start the turbines independently. Yeah, I get used to just remembering them. It's a sickness. I can see the panel in my head. Sometimes I'll take a screenshot and remember them that way, or look at them that way, or number them out. Like really, some of my really complicated panels, I'll actually put them in paint.net and I'll number them and then have it sit in front of me because it's such a pain. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. So let's up. Trying to change some of this stuff in the pin. So I start. See, normally I want to do the engines independently. Okay. Let me see if I can cross-link these engines. I really want to cross-link them, but I don't think I can. There's really no place for me to cross-link these engines. Yeah, I have no place I can cut in to really cross-link the engines. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to cross-link them the way I want. I might be able to do it. Ugh. Why? Why do I have to make more work for myself is the question. Why do I have to make more work for myself? Okay. I'm going to make more work for myself. I think it's a smart idea, so let's do it. Symmetry's not on. That's a nightmare. Okay, you come on there, symmetry. All right, so what am I do? What I mean by cross-linking the engine, say on the V-22 Osprey, you have two turbines, and they are cross-linked. So the shaft drive will go from the port to the starboard, and so what happens is if you lose one engine, both propellers will still turn, albeit at 50% thrust. And so that is important in something like this that requires you to have the thrust to maintain, to stay in the air, essentially. In game, you kind of need that too. So everything's going to need to be cross-linked. So it's kind of a pain in the butt. But it will give me better... It will work better if I cross-link it. It'll be a better system. So it is a big pain, though, to do it. Of course, this block right here is where this comes in. Why wouldn't it be? What is this? Okay, let's cut this and cut you there. This is going to come down now. So this is just my fuel coming in from my wings. All right, and that will go like that. All right, this is where the cross-link is going to be, and this is going to be a pain in the butt to cross-link. It really is. All right, so this is the fan cross-link here. So, all right. Yeah, see, it's going to be ugly too. I don't know, man. It's going to be a real big pain to cross-link it. I'm not going to bother. Not going to bother cross-linking it. I'm going like above and beyond for no particular reason. What is this here? That's there. All right. All right. So I'm not going to bother cross-linking it. That's just insanity. If I could do it reasonably easy, so yeah. That's fuel. See, the problem is like I have these half blocks on the inside for thrust, and I can't cut them across really. I'm not going to worry about cross-linking it. So the whole reason I was getting into the cross-linking is I start the engines independently. And if they're not cross-linked, I don't want to start them independently. I do want to cross-link these suckers though. It's a sickness I have in my brain that tells me to do it this way. This is the right thing to do, is to cross-link it, but it's going to be a plumbing nightmare. It really is going to be a plumbing nightmare. Okay, can I go back? Let's check this. I may be able to do this without completely hating myself. Let's go through here. So this is faked. That's why I don't get any smoke. That actually doesn't do anything. Okay, so what we'll do is this. I will cross-link it through here. And this is going to be a quick and easy, dirty cross-link that will just work. And so what's going to happen here is off the back of... So these are my two... I'll show you how these engines work really quick. So we have the standard jet engines. On the back of them, I have two medium turbines with the torque outputs. If you do more than two, you start getting diminishing returns where you're getting so much resistance, your RPS is dropping too low. It's not worth having more than two, but two will give you a lot of power. And so I have two. So what I'm going to do is cross-link them. And I was talking about that with the Osprey is, if you require vertical flight, it is a nightmare if you were to lose one engine, because if this engine runs this propeller, which it does currently, and this one runs this one, you now have one propeller. You're not going to be able to stay in the air. You crash. Now, in real life, I could land with this one engine running because it doesn't actually torque you all that much in real life. I've done plenty of, simulator time where we have an engine failure. It's not a problem to come in on an airliner and land with one engine. The issue in game is you can't. And so what I want to be able to do is say even take off with one engine, land with one engine, and this engine will essentially be running both fans and it'll be running both rotors. So I can use one engine, so I can say I have a simulated engine failure and say this engine fails, this will be cross-linked with torque, and so it passes its torque along. So we can do it through here. It's actually not that bad, I don't think, if I do it through here. What is that? Let's see. Can't cut through there. So what I'll have to do is push this back one, which isn't as big of a nightmare as I was worried about before. So this will go pipe that, and then I can put a block in here which will stick out and look funky. So I need to push these back one. So let's go cut all this out. And so this is actually the easiest way to cross-link it. So what was scaring me before about cross-linking it is the way the system works is so the power comes out of these two torque nodes right here. And if I actually delete this out, you guys can see it better. So the power comes out of these torque linkages for the turbines. It then goes through this gearbox. This gearbox here is a 3-to-1. So this gearbox here, set to 3-to-1, it goes two places. It T-pipes, or it goes three places, actually. It comes down here, and it goes to this rear clutch. This rear clutch here goes to the generator. This creates our electricity. And so it's the engine RPS times 3 goes to our generator. Then it comes down here, and it goes into this clutch here, which then sends it out to the rotor. And so it's the engine RPS times 3 goes out to the rotor. Because of the big, huge rotor, you can't do too much RPS on this, especially in helicopter mode. If you go over 60, it starts misbehaving, and it starts flopping all over the place. So both the generator and the rotor are limited to 3 times, and my engine will go up to 20, so 60 RPS. Then that power goes at 60 RPS into this gearbox, which multiplies it out 5.2, which is, what's 5.2? 5.2 would be a 2.5 to 1 gear ratio. So it's 3 times 2.5. So, and then, so you have that going through, and then that goes up here via linkage to another gearbox, which goes into the fan. Because the fan is a smaller diameter, you can and you can also spin this up past 60. I actually spin this up to 128 RPS for my fan motor. So that's how the whole system works. Now what's going to happen is I'm going to pass a pipe through here so that, let's say, one engine is running. This engine is going to pass torque through all of those systems and run both fans and both rotors and both generators. So that's the whole point of doing a cross-linkage. One engine could run all the systems. And so maybe I can't land vertically because I don't have enough power, but I should be able to land horizontally. So if I had an engine failure, I could still land. And so that's why I'm going through all this trouble to cross-link everything. And it's going to be worth it in the long run. It's just a little bit of a pain. So that's going to come back through here. And it's going to go to here. All right. And then we need to go down through the floor and out. So. All right. Cut right there. All right. That is my cross-linkage system there. And it's currently hidden in the wall, and I can't find it. All right. There we go. So let me try to find, I think it's right here. Yep, so right there. This now needs to go below the floor to be able to reconnect with the, of course, there's something there now. This is right where I just put that other cross feed, but it's not the end of the world. We'll do this. Cut that, move that over 1. So that's my fuel cross feed goes here. Okay. Up, I screwed that up. All right. So I actually kind of want to change this anyway. So let's go U. I'll redo this whole crossfeed. I didn't like the way I did the crossfeed anyway, so we'll do that later. All right, let's go in here, and then this needs a down. So this is going to allow me to run the engines independently. So say, for example, I want to taxi on the ground, and I want to save some fuel. I can taxi on one engine. Let's say I have a really light load. I'm not actually hauling that much weight. I can maybe even take off with one engine because the engine will be controlling both set of rotors and both fans. So, and then this will be like that. Nice. So this is my cross torque link. This will make the whole system run better. Nice. So that's awesome. I've been wanting to cross link something like this. All right, so these now need to move back 1 at least. Cut that, move that back. And these don't actually need to touch anything because they're fake. They don't do anything. Because I don't want smoke. So that's all so that I don't have smoke. Then all of this is getting cut like so. This gets, I don't need a block there. Where do I need it? 1, 2, 3, 4, right there. Nope. 5 there maybe. Let's see. So this now goes like that. I can't cut like that. Let me see. Okay. So I might change this up and make it actually look a little bit better anyway. So let's cut this. Yeah, so this will work better, I think. Nice. I like the look of the 4s better, I bet, but this will actually might be able to make this engine a little more shapely. We'll see. Probably not actually because this corner block's gonna get screwed up. Let's go back to 4s because I'm not gonna be able to cut this corner because of this corner block anyway. Yeah, this is still kind of screwy there. Let's see, what the hell do I have to do to make this work right? I've got a better idea. Let's back all this out. What do I want to do? Yeah. Let's try something different here. I can always forward it through if I need to. All right, so let's go like that. And then what I can do is let's try to cross-link it here. Bingo. I think I'm going to try it here. Not ideal. This is painful. Where is this? This is the key right here, I think. Even there will work. I need to be able to cut into my engine here without having problems. So that's there, okay. Can I cut back this way? I can. Beautiful. All right, we're in business now. All right. So I'm trying to just make this so that it doesn't look funky too, which is kind of tough. Because I need to be able to get this piping up and over. And so I need to cut somewhere. And so what I'm going to do here is go in between the ducted fan. All right, so let's try this now. We'll grab the ducted fan. And this is going to have to move a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. So that's the ducted fan. We're going to cut that. I'm going to push the whole ducted fan forward 1. So I was planning on doing this earlier, and I didn't, and I'm kind of regretting not doing it earlier now. Okay. So let's plug these in, and then let's cut here. Yeah, I don't mind them where they're sitting now. Okay, and then, oh no, that's not gonna work. Oh, you suck so bad. I have to change this too, which isn't the end of the world, actually. I can make this look all right. There we go. So a little bit of wing shape change there. I actually kind of like that a little bit better. And then that will allow me to cut here. Put in this for the fans there. Wow, this is a pain in the ass. It really is. This is a real pain. Trying to think how to route this now. Oh, God, this is going to be a pain, dude. All right, I think I've got it figured out now, so I think we're going to be all right, actually. I hope we're all right. Okay, I think I've got this figured out again. I had it figured out, then I forgot what I was doing. Okay, let's do that. All right, and so what we'll do here is the untouched thrust goes through here. So we can cut. So I need to go before the gearboxes here, and it can go here is fine. All right, and then this will go like so. All of this just to link them, but I really do want to link them, so should have done this, you know, when I first started. So what I can do is put the pipe through here. All right, and then the pipe will go in front of the fan, the intake fan. I want to cut it down, so it needs to go down. And we'll go right in the center here. All right, and so this will then go into the body. It'll come across here. All right. So this will be worth it in the end, so I can run on one engine. And, you know, just for RP reasons, if you were to lose an engine, this would protect you from completely crashing. It still let us do it, and we might even be able to play with single engine takeoffs and landings too, which will be a little bit of fun for me. All right, nice. So that is now cross-linked. And so one engine should be able to control both sides, and by doing it this way, it doesn't really change the look all that much. Actually gives a little bit extra shape to the wing, which is nice. I don't hate this. It's still behind the windows, so it's not like you're looking into the turbine the whole time, so that's kind of nice. So I'm happy with this. That was, I think that was the right step. It was looking a little grim there that this was, my desire to do this was going to be screwed up, but it actually worked out pretty well in the end there. Very nice. All right, so these are cross-linked. You know, that big distraction from trying to get the panels set up because, you know, I wanted to know, am I bothering starting two engines or not? Because there's no point in acting as though the engines are independent if you know, if they're not throttled independently. And so this, I can throttle them, work them independently. So that's actually worthwhile doing now. So I'm going to change some other things in that cockpit, which isn't too bad. Okay, good. So that's set up. That's set up. All right, nice. We're repainted. What is this? That can go by. I need to paint a couple things in here black so that they don't look garish. I don't know why I painted it that dark gray. I should have painted it black in here, but whatever. All right. And all this needs to be painted so that you can't see it from the inside. All right, so we'll get back into panels here in a second, but this was important to get these cross-linked. It's going to be a lot cooler now. I can run on one engine or not. Gives me something extra to do while I'm playing. All right, good. That is all plumbed in there. All right, nice. Still have some white blocks in here that need to be painted. They're going to be really ugly. The white just has so much contrast. You can see it in the front of the nacelles. All right, perfect. So I'm happy with that. That's something cool I've been wanting to do in one of my builds is cross-linking. And I've yet to do it. So that is now in there. All right, and then this is painted up. Paint this color, make sure they're the correct color. Bunch of stuff didn't get painted, I've been noticing lately. Ah, get out of there, man. Clearly clicked on the black block. Oh my god, give me black, you scum. Jesus. Why is that block missing now? Why are these not painted? I'll eventually get this done. I want to move back on to other things, and it's haunting me, this. All right, good. So hopefully that's all painted up. What is this now? You need to be something? Okay, that needs to be something. All right. All right, so that is fixed. So that's worth it. Now I can start the engines independently and run on one engine if I wanted to. Looking out, it's kind of cool. I can see the front of the turbines. That's nice. All right, good. So now that makes all this, so these independent starts. What I want to do, change up here is, this is going to be number 1, number 2. Maybe I won't, I don't know. Let's do this one here is going to be, so this is going to be number 1 thrust increase. It's going to be number 2 thrust increase. That's going to be number 1 thrust decrease. And this is now going to be number 2 thrust decrease. And then these, instead of doing these bar graphs, this is going to be fans plus. That's going to be an arrow button going up. Push. That's going to be fans minus. That's going to be an arrow button going down. Push. Okay, so what's going to happen is this is going to control the thrust of my port engine. This is going to control the thrust of my starboard, and then this is going to now control the fan clutches. And generally, I'm going to usually be controlling them via the seat, so it won't matter. But if I want to split the engines up, I can do that and control their thrust independently. So worth doing that. Then this panel here, what are you connected to? Anything? Nothing? Nothing. Okay, so this one here, I'm going to do, what are we at? 13, 14, 15, 16. So this is going to be 17, 18, 19, and 20. Perfect. Okay, so that's hooked up. Nice. All right, so we're in business now. Let's hook that panel up through, where's that go? This goes to here now. And then this one plumbs to the pneumatics. Beautiful. All right, so that was, it seemed like a lot of nonsense, but it was worth doing it. So panel, this is going to be out from this panel here, goes to the engines. All right, now we can start working on these engines a little bit. All right, so I have throttle, fan clutch, RPS. So fan clutch stays the same. Throttle is going to be throttle number 1 throttle. All right. This is going to be number 2. It's going to be thrust, not throttle. Throttle is if it's a reciprocating engine. Thrust is if it's a turbine. RPS, so this is going to be number 1 RPS. Where's RPS? And this is going to be number 2 RPS. 2 RPS. All right, good. And that's going to be number 1 starter. Where are you at there? And that's going to be number 2 starter. Number 2 starter. All right. So that's number 2 starter. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 2. Number 1. Number 2. Okay, so these are all lined up now. That's how I want them. That's park brake. All right, good. So a lot of nuisance for no real apparent reason, but makes me happy. All right, let's go ahead and take this. You need to go down now, out of the way. There we go. You now need to be copied and pasted there. All right, and then I have a bunch of nodes up here that need to be removed and put down here. All right, so let's see. So number 1 thrust, this is number 2 thrust there. Number 2 RPS goes into the process variable. Starter is number 1 starter, so this is park brake. Can just go way the hell down here for now. This is going to be line that up over here. There we go. This is now number 2 RPS goes there. Number 2 starter goes here. All right, number 2 starter is going to sit there. Number 1 starter now lives somewhere new. Number 1 starter will live right there. Okay, good. So starting to get these set up how I want. The fan clutches can stay the same. I don't need that because that's all about fan clutches. All right, so we're going seats and panels. So the seat is going to connect to 1 and 2. So, all right, and these are going to go like that. All right, that needs to be ored out, so this needs to all be grabbed and moved over. So I'm going to make it so I'm controlled by both the panel and the seat. So that's now seats. And these are oars. All right. And so, let's see. 1 is the increase, 2 is the decrease, all right? All right, that's that. All right, what are these? That's fan clutches. So fan clutches 3 and 4 is fine. 31 is fine off the seat. And then I also need to put in oars there. And these are going to be U. Where are we at here? 3, 4 goes to there. 31 goes to there. 31 doesn't get an OR. 31's fine without an OR. All right, good. And that will go there. This will go here. All right, we'll plumb those back. Okay, good. I'm just reading in chat. 27 cylinders, nice. Yep, should have good power. You may run to the point where even with the bigger impeller, you're not getting any more power. It depends sometimes on how much you can get just pack in there. But if it runs well, that's awesome. Let's get that, fix that. All right, good. So let's go ahead and we're going to go from panel here. Panel is going to start setting up. All right, and so we need to start putting in panel stuff. So for example, let's see, where are we at here? Need to check my numbers. So we're talking 5 through 8. All right, 5 through 8 for those. So 5 and 7. We're at here 5 and 7, 7. It's now panel. 5 and 7. Go to the 2 ORs. You have to move this to see it. There's OR. Okay. All right, nice. So that's setting that up, and then it will be 6 and 8. 6 and 8. Nice. All right, so that's 6 and 8. All right, so that is going to allow me to control my thrust with either the panel or the seat, which eventually it's going to be seats. I'll put in my seat combiner, and that'll allow me to run it from either seat. I can fly from either seat, which I never fly from the right seat, but if somebody's in there, they can. So that will be done as well. All right, nice. So that is set up so far. Let me see. Anything else? What else do I need to do in here? Okay, so I need fuel valves. Fuel valves turn on the PID. So let's check those. So the fuel valves are going to be 11 and 12. All right. 11 and 12. All right. So fuel valves 11 and 12. That turns on the PID. And so it does both this and that. And this one will do both this and that. All right, so that will, and then my starters, nope, I don't want this. That's the wrong one. What am I doing? Okay, that's not that. All right, so that is turning on the PID. The fuel valve turns on the PID to control my, that will kill my engine. And then what I want is, what is my starter? Starter should be, if it's 11 and 12, it should be, what are we talking about? 9 and 10. 9 and, my brain refused to work for a second there. All right, so 9 is going to plug into the starter condition there. 10 will plug into this starter condition there. We have to hold the starters to run them up. All right, so that is most of the start procedure done. I'll make sure the fans are correct. Yep, fans should be 3 and 4, 31. Nope, where's fans? Did I plug in? Okay, I haven't done the other fan yet, so I need to do that. So I need to do the fan panel here, which is this. So that is 3 and 4. Okay. So it's both 3 and 4 on the panel. It's 3 and 4 on the seat. So a little bit confusing. But it's easy to copy them. All right. Panel goes to 3 and 4, 3 and 4. This here can be moved up so it's not obnoxious to me. Seat can go up. These here can plumb in there and there. Nice and nice. Okay, good. So that sets that up. So fans work from panel and there. So all that engine stuff is up so far. Good. Park brake. I still don't know what I want this to be. It could just be a park brake indicator light, which probably will be. Because I don't need much in here. Let's do that. Let's just make an executive decision. Park brake. Let's see. Dial. Or indicator, rather. I want indicator. Where the hell is indicator? Indicator 1. And that will be... That will show us if the parking brake is on. So red means stop. This here needs to be painted that color. I saw that earlier. ITT is done N1, so this needs to be set up. What is that? 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, 17, 18, 19, and 20. All right, good. So let's see. Need to write numbers. Not read numbers, write numbers. Write numbers, so it'll be 17 and before. And so it's going to read out my engine stuff, what my turbines are doing. Let's see, what is a normal turbine RPM range? Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm trying to think, so this will be, actually I can just do this with formulas, it's going to be easier. All right, so what I'm going to do is, so this caps out at 20 RPS. And so what we'll do is x times 5, that will now turn it into percentage. So 20 times 5 is 100%. So if it gets up to 20 RPS, that's 100% and 1. And then I don't want it there. It should be plugged in the wrong one. It should be RPS. There we go. RPS there. And then where's the other RPS for 2? RPS 2 goes there, and RPS 1 comes here. This plugs there. And then this is going to be x times 5. That gives us our percentage. I'm trying to think what the hell the N2 is. N2 percentage. I'm going to quickly check something out. N1 versus N2. I can't remember. Usually N2's higher because the blade diameter is smaller. And so the N2 section is spinning at a faster speed. So I'm trying to see. Trying to think of the best way to convert N1 N2 is the question. I've done it before and I forget, of course. So I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. Because you know, in real life, they're not really they're not connected by the same shaft. In game, they're connected by the same shaft, so they're going to be running out the same values anyway. So I kind of want them to be a little bit different. So they both should be percentages. I'm trying to think. How to fake that? So let's go update this, and I'm gonna see how I did it on the Cap Air jet. Because I did put in N1 and N2 on the Cap Air jet. So do want to see how I did it. So all right, so where's N1, N2? Right here. So N2 is there, and then where do you connect? What's the numbers again? 1 through 4, and where do you guys read out to? I'm going to lose it if I don't check it right. There we go. What's that? That is gear panel. Okay. A little weird to have it on the gear panel, but you know, I used to just put things wherever I could get them, and now it's like try to do much cleaner. All right. So this is running N1 and N2 here. Nose position. Landing lights. Where the hell is this? It's not reading. Where's the... It's not where it's connected. Pain trying to look backwards and see where the hell it's connected to. It's this one right here. There's no way. What is that? Why is that? Why would that be plugged in there? It is that one. Okay. Okay, it's going into gear lights. Gear panel. What the hell? Why would that be plugged in there? Oh, it's this. It's this here. Okay. That's outbound. That's just an outbound read I did. Okay, so it's coming in. It's got to be going into the engine panel. Find the turbine panel. It's got to be going in the turbine panel. Yep. Okay. That's fine. Where I'm reading out. Right here. Okay. So what are we talking here? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So N2. Okay, I labeled them. Wow, that's smart of me. All right, N1. So it's times 0.57, and then I doubled it here. Okay, that's gonna be weird. I'll just trying to think of an actual useful way to do it. What you know what I could do? This is what I'll do. Actually, know what I want to do. This is useful. So it is. Let's see. So it is going to be. So the. I'm going to do the fan speed. No, that will show 0. Can't do that. Let's see what I have in here for nodes. So, okay, so this is the small RPS right there. So this would be the N1 blade. This would be the N1 right here. So, let's see. How much space? I don't have a lot of space. Crap, dude, that sucks. Run out of space here. I'll figure the N2 out later. I don't want to spend 100 years on just something like that. But we got the most important stuff for starting done. So that's what's important. That's what's most important here. This can read out the panels there. And then for now, these will read the exact same numbers, and I'll play with them later. Yeah, because the N2 section should be faster, but that should be running. Let's go ahead and check this out and see if I can get a start now that I just made this system more complicated. All right, definitely shouldn't be doing that because I didn't plug anything in. All right. Fan clutch should go to this clutch here, and it should go to this clutch here. Okay, so that's now the fan clutches. Number 1 thrust will go to the throttle there, and number 2 thrust will go there. All right, good. I have number 1 starter. What's that? Park brake. Okay, number 1 starter goes here. Number 2 starter now goes there. Nope. Nope. God damn it. Go to the right thing, you scum. Right there. And then this is park brake, so that goes to these 4 tires, not the nose wheel. This is number 1 RPS, so this is reading N2. So what you want to read is compressor. And this would read compressor. Okay, and then I can't really make this panel bigger. I can. I could make it bigger here. So let's do this. Grab this panel out here. Cut you. Move you for now. Cut this, move it down. Cut you, move you down. I'll just get out of there. Clear it. Come on. All right. Let's see. Number input. Number 1 and 1. And this will be input. Let's see. Input number 2 and 1. All right. Thought it was a little bit optimistic that that panel was going to have to grow very much, but it did. Nope, can't go there. All right, that's fine. And where can that go? There. Yep, right there is fine. All right, I don't want to do symmetry. All right, that goes there now. All right, good. Make sure I didn't screw anything up in there. Mercifully, no, I did not. Awesome. Okay, good. So now I can actually run these a little bit more accurately. So this is going to be the number 1 N1 and number 2 N1, which in-game they probably all run the same number, but I kind of want them to be accurate anyway. So that's fine. All right, and we'll go in this panel and work it. I need to read these out and see what they end up doing for me here. And then where the hell are we? Where is the new stuff I just made? Up here, okay. And I want to read these out and see what they actually read, and then I'll change them into percentages. All right, let's make sure everything's hooked up again. All that's good. Composites all hooked. They are. All right, nice. Let's try to spool this sucker up with everything hooked up to the panel now. The panel work is kind of boring, especially when you're trying to like make things uber accurate. It's kind of a pain, but so fuel valves need to come on. Then start goes, and it's going to the wrong N2. That's silly. So see, the N1 is reading correct. Nope, N1's are screwy. Why am I not getting fuel? My fuel not hooked in yet? Okay. See, this fuel, it is electrical fuel. Okay, let's plug in the fuels. So number 1 fuel is fuel level here. I want to make sure I have fuel. This is now generator. We'll go to this clutch here. Generator 1 goes to this clutch here. I haven't put in any batteries yet. That's fine. Okay, batteries. All right, that's fine. So I need to be able to read the fuel. Why this? Did I plug it in? Let's check it. See if it gives me a fuel readout, because I want to make sure I have fuel going to my engines. All right, so that's actually a good amount. That's what's that? 11,000 pounds of fuel. So that's pretty good. So we have fuel. Alright, something screwed up now. Does not actually surprise me. It usually gets screwed up when I move everything over, but let's see. See, RPS. What did I screw up is the question now. All right. This is when it gets annoying as I start screwing these things up. Let's see. So these are now cross-connected, cross-linked there, going all the way back to meeting here. Should be fine. So the problem is that this is trying to spin both engines now, so I'm curious if that's a problem, but let's make sure I'm hooked up to the right RPSs and everything else. Number one RPS is coming off the compressor. Let's pull it off of the compressor should be fine. Pull it off the compressor. You should be running off of the compressor number two. Number two, number one, starter two, okay. Starter one, thrust one, thrust two. This is fan clutches there, so these should both be zeroed. Okay, that's all fine. Check the paneling. Paneling should be fine. Okay, let's check the numbering. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, let's check those. 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so 9 is turning on. That's wrong. Okay, that's why the engine was spinning backwards. This is, or spinning correctly. What's that? Nope, that's correct. Nope. 9, 10, 11, that's fine. 11 goes there. 12 goes here. That's fine. 9 goes to the starter. That's fine. And 10 goes to this starter for number 2. That's fine. Okay. RPS off 2 is fine. All right. P-value's fine. That goes there. That should start at a value of 2. That is fine. So what the hell is going on and why is this engine not running? Should start at 0 fan clutch, so that should be set up and fine. Okay. Why are you misbehaving now, engines? It could be because of the interlink. So, but I should be able to start both engines at once. So let me check something else. Something else was screwy too. This is the problem this is why I do testing before I hook up all my panels, because I want to make sure the plane's going to work, and then I'll end up breaking it, screwing with the panels, but at least I know it works, and it will work if I just get it fixed, you know. What the hell was I doing? Coming down here and checking these. N1, N2. Okay, this is number 2, N1, and N1. This is going to RPS 2 value, RPS 1. That goes in here. Why is this screwy? 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. Let's check that, because these were running backwards too. 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. Let's try to get a spin on this. See what I can do. This is kind of usually the part that I just end up screwing around, pulling my hair out, trying to get this running right. See, it's still putting out N2 on the sec. Oh, you know what it is? It's going to spin because of the interlink. So I bet it's the interlink. It doesn't like trying to spin up the engines like that. So that's fine. I just need to put a clutch in the interlink. All right, that's fine. The clutch, there needs to be a clutch in the interlink. So what I'll do for now is I will cut the interlink. I'll put a clutch in there where it's going to go, and then it just won't be run for right now. All right, so that's what I'll do is this is going to get a clutch. All right, that's all that is. I think is the having an interlink problem. All right, so let's get off. Actually, I want to. I'm going to do 2 of them, and I'll just do symmetry. All right, so the interlink won't work right now, but this will tell me if that's the problem with my engines, which is likely what it is. Okay, make sure the side got it too. Everything cooked up nicely. Yes. Okay, good. Let's try it. Give it the old spin. This is when it's regrettable to make super complex. Jesus Christ. It's a different slow speed. So if I hold control and go W in game, it's slow. If I do it in the editor, it's shift, and it's so obnoxious because it's different. All right, so notice that's not spinning the other side. That's only spinning the left side now. There we go. So I was trying to spin both engines. That one starter doesn't have enough power to spin both engines. So what's going to happen is once one engine is up and stabilized, it will close that clutch. Why is this side misbehaving now? Come on, man. Why are you all effed up now? Alright. Figure this out now. What the hell? Alright, so this plumbs in correctly there, goes to the clutch, comes out, does a loopy-loo back and around. That's fine. Okay. This does the same on this side. Loops. Alright, so why is 2 not running? That is the question. And this goes the long way all the way down here to the meet up there. That's all fine. That should be fine. Okay. Huh. See what the hell's going on here. All right, let's see. Why is 2 not running? Let's double check fuel. Fuel should be fine. I don't think I cut a fuel line. So that goes down there, down, down, down. I don't think I have any fuel issues. That would be a reason why it doesn't want to start, is if there's fuel. All right, these are back in where they belong. That's fine. Okay. Let's see what the hell 2 doesn't want to spin. All right, so it is 10 and 12. That's what I'm thinking anyway. 10. There's 2. 12. Okay, 12's right there off of the panel. That's fine. And 10 off of the panel is the starter. So why do you not want to run like a normal person? 2 thrust, RPS 2. It should be running fine. I don't know why 2 doesn't want to start. Let's go ahead and do this. I will toggle the starter here. That will let me test it. All right. And once this hits 2.5 and 2, that will kick off. There we go. That's up and running. So see, it's dancing like this. Let's figure out what's up with that. See, nothing's spinning. So, nothing I can read on this turbine anyway. Something's got to be misconnected on that, on the number 2 turbine. They misbehave like that. So where are we at here? Thrust, throttle. Number 2 thrust goes to throttle. Okay, starter. Number 2 starter goes to starter. Number 2 N1 goes to RPS the intake, and then number 2 N2. Where is it? Number 2 RPS goes to the air pressure. That's why. Okay. That should be RPS. All right, that fixes it. See you later, Citrus. Thanks for hanging out. All right, and then I need a couple more nodes here for these clutches. So I don't need 2 clutches in there, but I want them symmetrical. So I'm going to do 2 clutches. So let's see. How do I want to do this? Let's do up down counter 0.001 enable to 1. All right. So 2 conditions here. If 12 is on and okay. All right, if 12 is on and RPS is greater than 2, interlink clutch. All right, that's good. And then that will plug there. All right. All right, so this will then start to increase the counter on the clutch. And if it's not, it will 0 it. All right, and then we want RPS here. And then this goes to the other node of the end. Crap, this is in a half zone here. It's being obnoxious. Come on. Got to drag it just right because it's in a half grid there. There we go. Okay. No, let's do it like this. So if RPS of 1 plus the RPS of 2 are greater than 2, and then I want an OR. And if these 2 are energized, so either this or this. So they're just setting up conditions so the interlink turns on. I'm overthinking it to a certain extent, but as usual. Interlink clutches, okay. And so that's going to interlink the engines. As long as I have enough power, it's going to interlink them because I don't want the engines to die or the turbines to shut off. So, bunch of extra work, but this will interlink them out. All right, and so when I'm gonna try to fire up one and take off on one engine. We'll try that. So once this hits 2.5, this should light off. All right, so what we should see is this one over here should probably start to turn when I throttle up. Let's do parking brake. Okay, that's not good. Why is, oh, I didn't plug in the interlink. Crap. I noticed something else that I need to do too. So there are the two interlink clutches. All right, and then what else did I need to do? There's something I just saw too. Oh, something's up with the seat. Not the seat is not controlling the. Couldn't get my thrust to come up with the seat. So why is this not working? That's one. Okay. That should be working. Seat. Did I disconnect the whole seat? I don't know. I might have disconnected the seat. Panel. Seat. Okay, seat is going to a monitor. That would be why. I dragged the wrong node. All right, it's good. That makes sense. All right, good. So I'm going to try to take off on one engine now. So the interlink should work. So we'll start one engine, see if I can run this on one engine. So here comes the N2. Light off. All right, parking brakes coming off. So see the other engine popped on because the interlink is now running the other engine. So what I'll actually do is I'll do the cross bleeds maybe to run those. I'm not sure. That's what I'll probably do, run the cross bleeds. Okay, let's taxi forward. There we go. I don't know if we feel much weaker. I'm gonna go ahead and do a speed test and see if we're weaker with the with one engine running, because I think it started. It shouldn't have started the fuel in the other engine. Let's see. Okay, yep, it's weaker. Perfect. So we have the interlink running. So the two engines are controlling. So my left engine is on, my right engine is off. And so what's happening is the left engine is running everything. And so currently I'm at full throttle. I'm only doing 122 knots. And so I can still run, but I'm at half the power. And so that's really cool. That's what I wanted. And then if I go ahead and all I have to do is turn on the fuel valve because the engine's already spun up. And you notice, there we go. And we're up to speed. So this will now run on one engine. So if I have an engine failure, I'll make an engine failure right now. There's engine failure on 2. Notice we lose a ton of speed, but we still maintain control because we can run on one engine. So that's kind of cool. And actually we could, this could actually be a way to save some fuel too. For example, let's say I'm gonna go do a rescue, right? I go into, let's turn on the auto hover right now. Let's go, I'm gonna bring back the fan clutches. So you're gonna see we're speeding up. The whole reason we're speeding up first is I have one engine trying to run 2 ducted fans. The reason it started going faster was because I reduced the RPS. It actually took the load off the one engine. All right, so now notice we're stopped. All right, we're on one engine. So theoretically what I could do is when I do a rescue, I'm only moving meat, right? I have me going in the back. I'm gonna ride down on a winch, I'm gonna go pick up some people. I'm just hovering over, say, a boat, right? I don't need two engines burning a ton of fuel, right? And because I don't need two engines burning a ton of fuel, I don't need them both running it. And so I essentially just run the one. And then when I actually want to traverse and go fast, I can run on two engines, and I'm much faster now. So now, okay, say I just did my rescue. All right, rescue's complete. Turn on two. And now both engines are actually burning fuel and running, and now I can go. So, like in real life, you will often taxi out on one engine because you don't need to be burning all that fuel. And so, pushing forward here, now we have two engines burning, and you can see that I was going like 130 knots with one engine. Now I'm doing 255 knots with two engines running. So that's kind of cool. Now with the interlink, I can do that. Landing gear should come up anyway, but that's going to be kind of cool, is have that ability. So that's going to be a fun feature. One thing I just thought would be kind of cool to add too is, for example, when I put my landing gear down, I don't get any excess drag. It would be kind of cool if you had, say, a couple fins right next to each other, and you had the front two fins go up and the back two fins go down. It would add just drag. It wouldn't add any lift because you'd have them canceling each other out. And that would simulate the drag of gear, because one of the main reasons you put your gear down early in a jet is to help slow down because you're going so fast. Not necessarily jet, turboprops you'd be doing it too, but I don't have any experience in turboprops, so that's actually kind of cool. I like that. That's fun, being able to independently control the engines. You know, I know a lot of people aren't interested in that stuff, but that's kind of the stuff for me, is it's like, you know, I get bored with some of the more simplistic stuff, so having the ability to shut down an engine to do the rescue is kind of fun for me. You know, the thing though is it's controlling the turbines on the other side. I'm going to play with this interlink some more. So what I don't want it controlling the turbines with the interlink. That's the thing. So what's happening here is, so this engine is not only spinning the fan, but it's also spinning the actual engine. Do I care though? Am I going to be the only one that cares? And it's a ton of work to do to fix something that nobody's going to care about. That's usually my complaint about what I do, is it's like there's no point in me doing that stuff. Maybe paint a couple things here. So yeah, what I was kind of talking about is I can't really do it because I would have to. Yeah, I can't really do it the way I'd want to do it. So that's fine. It works. It's kind of cool the way it works as it is. So. And then, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to control the interlinks with the cross bleeds. So let me see. Yeah, instead of bleeds, it will be an interlink. That's what I'm going to do, is interlink will be here. Yeah, I don't know. I might add interlink panel. I think that's going to be kind of neat. But now it is useful though to run on one engine. I burn a lot less fuel, I bet, if I run on one engine. So go to a rescue, I'm going to need one engine. If I'm heavily loaded with a lot of weight, I might need to run two engines. So like, for example, you do some of these things IRL. Let's save this really quick. I haven't saved it in a while. Let's grab a couple pallets. Now let's grab a couple Jet A pallets here. So these will ride on the tracks here that I put in. And this allows me to ferry fuel around. That all good? That's not going to touch anything, right? Okay, good. All right, so those are the two pallets. And I don't know if they spawned with fuel in them. If not, I'll just fill them up. But let's go. Come on, get in there. I pushed them all the way to the back. So these are the locks. Come on. Come on, I can't grab the lock from inside here. Come on, grab it. Alright, can't click that for some reason. Alright. Let's do a constant. Just doing a test here anyways. So constant on signal. Plumb this one to these gripper brakes. And so this will lock the brakes on so they stay in place. And then these probably, I don't know if these spawned with fuel in them or not. Let me check. All right. And then do I have a spawner in here? That's a meter. I don't think I put spawners in here. So let's grab spawners. We'll stick a spawner in here with jet fuel. And so this is going to kind of test how much weight this can handle. These are only like 2,000 liters a piece, but that's like 4,000 pounds of fuel each. All right, so that adds a considerable amount of weight to this, having these full of fuel, and I can test them if they're full. See, again, this is the thing that's annoying. Shift in the editor goes slow. Control in the world goes slow. Very obnoxious. It should be the same key. Why it's different, I have no clue. All right, so yeah, these are full of 2252 a piece of jet. All right, so let's go ahead and crank. So we'll crank 1. So you see the inner link is going now, giving it some, giving that power. All right, let's go ahead, release the brake. Let's taxi out. So I'm gonna see if I can take off with one engine vertically. That will kind of demonstrate to me if I can, if one engine has enough power to handle some weight. It should. But it's, I guess, you know, like you saw, it's not. I'm not gonna be able to go as fast. Let's test some lights while we're here. I haven't hooked up all the lights. I haven't hooked up all of them yet, but beacons are good. Strobes are good. Navs are good. Landing taxi are all good. I need to just angle the landing lights out and down. But those are pretty good, and I don't have a logo light yet, so. The strobes can stay on. Logo can go off. There's no logo. Okay, so let's go full throttle. Yeah, I'm just trying to see what N1. Okay, so that's going to read 20. That's percentage. Fine. That's good. Okay. All right, so I can take off with one engine with 4,000 pounds in there, so that's pretty good. You know, so that's a speed limiting factor. Whoop, up, don't nosedive. There we go. Oh, why? I have 2 engines on, don't I? Nope. Why is that other engine on? Huh. Fuel valve 1's on. Fuel valve 2 is off. How am I able to... Is it just the mass gave me that much speed? It is. It's the mass. The extra added weight is giving me all that extra speed. Nonsense. Let's turn on fuel 1. Yep, that's what it was. was the added mass, I think, was giving it to me. Crossfeed working. Crossfeed to 1. Yep, crossfeeds are working. Okay, that's... Why can't I shut that off? I'm pressing the wrong key is why. Okay. So I have 500 extra pounds in here. I need to push the fuel over here now. That's not a toggle. That should be a toggle. Okay. All right, there. We're cross-fed. All right, nice. So this is kind of cool. This will run on one engine interlinked. I have to kind of play with it a little bit to get it to work how I want it to, but it's working pretty well. So yeah, that extra fuel weight gave me more speed with one engine, which is silliness. But yeah, so this is kind of cool. I can run it on one engine. Okay, it is slowing me down now. It was, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I just shut the fuel off to engine 2. And as you can see, we're losing a considerable amount of speed, but we're still able to fly. And we're still, let's try a landing with this much weight. So let's see if I can just maintain altitude. So I'm gonna zero out my fans. So just with a spacebar, I can quickly, and I'll press 5 for auto hover, but I can quickly go into a hover. Let's see if I can maintain altitude. Yep. Maintaining altitude fine. So yeah, we can run on one engine with 4,000 pounds in there of extra fuel weight. So that's kind of cool. So I can run on one engine, and then we can do a rescue, and then when the rescue's over, I can turn on engine 2, and we have more power to get out of there. And we're back into full speed mode here. So nice, so that's cool. I like that. That's a lot of fun. All right, let's go. I need to load in the save because this one has all the fuel stuff in it, which I don't want. The pallets in it. All right, so I need to change a couple things here. So this one should be toggle. This one should be toggle. That one was push. Good. Fuel's fine. That's good. I'm trying to think. Trying to think if there's a way I can rerun a bunch of the stuff. I don't want to, but I'm trying to get the interlinks working more how I want them to. So actually, there's space right here. I might be able to reroute it the way I want. I think I can do it. Okay. That would have to go out here and to the fan clutches. So what I would do is run... I'd have to put in a clutch between the two turbines, but out past the other systems. All right, let's quickly save this, and then I'm going to tear a bunch of crap apart. So, and I'm actually going to make a precautionary save. So, let's see. VTOL, what did I call this thing? VTOL jet. Okay. VTOL jet interlink work. Okay, let's try this and see what I can do. Now, this is like the thankless work that's like nobody's gonna really care about but me, but it's like I want to do it now. All right, let's go that, and then so what I want to do here is grab my two turbines, which I have the two of them. All right, and I want to cut them, and I want to rotate them inboard like so. And then I'll put these torque nodes on the inside. All right. Torque nodes are on the inside. Paste. Okay, merge you. All right. So now the way this is going to work is this. Symmetry's on, thankfully. Good, that's there. And then I'm going to go pipe corner like so. All right. So these are gonna interconnect fine between these turbines. All right. And then what's going to happen is this one here is going to get a elbow. And then it's going to get a clutch. All right. So that is now has a clutch there. All right, perfect. Now that is going to come up and connect to this system here. I don't know why I painted all this color when I actually want it to be this. Let's do this. Let's do color swap. I don't think I have this much everywhere. So let's go black all the way to the darkest of dark and color swap that out, color swap this out, and then I'll pay the consequences later of having to fix some stuff. All right, so then what's happening here is this is interconnecting my two. So this pipe here is going to go to all these systems that I'm running. So this comes all the way back here and it runs into the gearboxes. So and I'm just not, I don't want to redo it all, so I'm not going to bother with moving everything. But so I'll talk about it in a second, what I'm actually doing here when I get it all figured out and plumbed in the way I need it. Come on, paint. This is always a pain to paint the base. There we go. All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm actually segregating the engines themselves from the power system. So the power system is going to pass through one another and here. And I want this color, give me the dark black that I just picked. All right. Get out of there. All right, get out of their paint. There we go. So this here is now going to go like this. And so this pipe here goes to the fans and it goes to the rotors. So this connects both sets of fans and both sets of rotors. And then this is where the engines are going to be connected here. So I'll be able to run it without ever spinning the engine up. Nice. All right, so that is now connected like so. All right, that is a better way to do it. All right, perfect. And then let's do bucket. Make sure symmetry's on. It is. So like in here, shift is slow instead of control. All right, good. So what's happening now is, I know this is probably just confusing and miserable, but so what's happening is this fan is connected through here. It comes through here. It hooks up to all its gearboxes. And then it is plumbed in via this this forward pipe right here. And so that actually comes in. Yep, so this is all plumbed in here through this pipe linkage. It comes through and it then hooks into the fan, and these rotors. So all these are connected. This is connected to this, to connected to this, to connected to this. Then I separate the engines with that one clutch. So that way I can then hook those systems up. So nice. All right, and then this is why I don't like using the bucket, because this just colored it. An area I didn't want colored up like that. So let's fix that. And then like this is a gray color I don't want. That's why I hate the bucket. I have to come back and fix it all the time. All right, so that is good. So that's actually, oh my God, this has these in it. All right, I'm just gonna have to cut these out. I don't think it's a big deal, but I tried uploading a new the old version of this, so I didn't have to worry about cutting these pallets out, and now I'm having to cut the pallets out because they're wide, and it's annoying to have to cut them out of my build. So I don't know why it ended up me needing to do that, but whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's just obnoxious. I thought I reloaded it, so I didn't have to do that, but maybe I forgot to. All right, pallets are cut out now. All right, so the interlink system is hooked up. I just need to, let me see. I need to rework the way the clutches work. So the way the clutches are going to work now is this is going to be so how do I want to do this? Add another interlink clutch. What's that? Interlink clutch, interlink clutch. So this is going to be interlink clutch number 1 interlink clutch. And that's number 2 interlink clutch. Okay, so those are good. This is fine. So I actually just want this to be, I don't need all this crap here. So what I'm going to do is this. All right, so all I want this is if 12 is selected, that will increase. Actually, I want this as a flip then, as a numerical switch box. So if, essentially, if I turn that engine on, I want the clutch connected there. So if 12 is on, it will run the interlink. Yep, okay, that's what I want. And then the 2 options are going to be, let's put it over here actually. All right, and then it's going to be either a 0 or a 1. All right, so that's going to be a better way to do this. Number. All right, so that's going to do, of course I hooked it up backwards too. That's fine. And then where is this one going? So this one's 11. We'll run this. So this should make it so, because what's happening is my port engine is spinning up my starboard engine. And so I don't want to spin up the other engine. What I want to do is I want to just spin up the rotors. The cool thing with this is when I go into crossbleed, in real life you use pneumatics to spin the other engine. What I'll actually be able to do now is spin this engine with the other engine by just turning on the clutch. So that's going to be cool. And that will work automatically. So that's kind of a cool feature. Then I need to find this interlink up here. So this is, I hook these up backwards. So that's number 2 interlink. This is number 1 interlink. Beautiful. And let me catch up with chats. People put some numbers in. Or some messages in. Yeah, I agree, Boathouse. Over-engineering is part of it, you know, there's a lot of people who play this game who don't like the engineering. That's fine. And there are a lot of people who only play this game for the engineering. And so for me, the engineering is most of the fun for me. And so, and I want things realistic because, you know, you get a crowd of people who they're not equipment operators. I've always been an equipment operator my whole life. And so I love operating equipment. And a lot of people could not care less about operating equipment. And that's fine. The issue is that if you don't like operating equipment, you don't want to, like, the people who want to sit in their seat and have the plane automatically take off and fly them somewhere. That bores me to tears. Coming up with interesting systems for me is more fun. And, you know, because, you know, I used to operate $25 million airplanes that were very complex and needed 2 people to be able to operate them. So for me, I need more steps to stay engaged. For somebody who doesn't, you know, have that experience, they are not going to need that. So really quick, again, a shout out to Basilicious. Basilicious added this. I asked him to add this. So you notice this is how the artificial horizon started. And so in different airplanes, you're going to be sitting at a different pitch. So right now we're on the ground at a certain pitch. So what you would do is you would lower this so that the bars are on the horizon. And then as you add in flaps, your deck angle increases. And so you're going to have to change where the bar is to maintain a 0 VSI. So when this yellow bar is on the white horizon line, the VSI should be 0. If you're climbing, you want to readjust it So you want to get your VSI to 0, and then you want to move your bars to be where they're supposed to be. So that was a cool addition by Basilicious. Yeah, I agree. Like, you know, there are certain applications, even I just do it like super simple, like I did a cart that fits in the back of the Seagull. You know, I didn't want that to be overly complicated. But like a big airplane, you know, the whole point is I'm going to be flying from point A to B. That's all I do with it. I don't do anything else. So it's like I need stuff and buttons to press. And I'm like, okay, I'm flying up to the Arctic. What do I do? Oh, look, fuel's imbalanced. Look at the fuel. So we have more fuel in the starboard tank than we do in the port tank. So I crossfeed a little bit. All right. And then, oh, okay, now we're even, you know, and so it's little things like that that keep you engaged. Like we used to get bored flying in the airlines and we're like, okay, let's crossfeed for a little bit, you know, because we were bored. All right, so now let's watch this system. So when I turn on fuel valve 1, it should have closed that clutch or, you know, put the clutch together on 1. We'll start it. So last time it was spinning 2 up as soon as the engine started. It shouldn't this time. All right, so you notice engine 1 is spun up. So for those who just showed up, altimeter 299 or 2. Standard altimeter, wow. We used to get standard every once in a while, but it's rare. So for those who might have just joined, what I'm doing is the interlink is, so like say in the Osprey, you have your 2 turbo shaft engines. You have your number 1, your number 2, your port and your starboard. And if you lost, say your number 2 engine dies, let's say it has a malfunction, you're screwed because you need those rotors. You can't land like an airplane in an Osprey. The rotors will hit the ground. And so you have to land vertically. And so the issue is this, is if they weren't cross-shafted, if you lose an engine, you're done, because, you know, you have one engine on way out on the tip of the wing, and it's going to cause you to crash. And so what they do is they put a shaft that goes from one wing tip to the other, and so one engine can run both rotors. And so that's what I did with this system is, so now, for example, let's shut off the parking brake. Let's taxi forward here. So now I've only started engine 1. Notice the rotor on the starboard side is also turning. And both of these fans are running. And I only have one engine running. And so that was why I went to kind of these great lengths to get the system set up, was now my number 1 engine, my left engine, is the only one turning. If we look, my number 2 engine shut down. And so this actually has some benefit is, you know, for if people weren't here. So the benefit is this. So right now I'm light. I have no cargo, right? Let's say I go out to do a rescue mission, right? A rescue mission, I don't have a lot of cargo in there. It's just meat. It's people. And it's most likely going to be just me going out and doing a rescue. Well, if I have 2 turbines burning at, say, 20 RPS, they're going to be burning a lot of fuel, cost me a lot of money. You can see this fuel getting sucked down, right? And this one actually isn't using any fuel because the engine's off. And so I'll have to crossfeed. And so right now I'm on 1 engine. Well, let's power up. And we'll take off. And we can take off and fly on 1 engine. So when I go and I sit above the rescue, so let's say I'm going in the back, I'm doing the rescue, I'm hovering over the rescue site, I'm only burning fuel on 1 engine. And so that is saving me a huge amount of fuel, and I don't need the power because all I'm doing is sitting in place with a relatively light aircraft. I don't have a lot of cargo. All right, so now we'll go up a little bit here. And I'm gonna start going forward. And here we go. So we're going forward now. Now, as I add, watch the speed drop off. I'm overloading that 1 engine. I have 2 ducted fans on 1 engine. So notice, it's going to slow me down to like 155 knots. But this is ultra fuel efficient. So right there, that is, N1 is running RPS. I'm running at 7 RPS. I'm going 150 knots. I'm still going a good speed in Stormworks. And in real life, too, 150 knots is not bad. So I'm only going 7 RPS on one turbine. So I am sipping fuel. If we look at my fuel, it's sipping fuel. This one, as you can see, this tank's not burning. So what you would do is you would crossfeed. And so now I can crossfeed that in. So as these imbalance, right, I don't want one wing to, or one side of the airplane to be too heavy. Now, it really doesn't matter in this airplane because my hips are where most of my fuel is, in these hips and in the front. So it's pretty centrally located, but if it was in your wings, you'd have to worry about it tipping you. And so now with this system, I'm going 150 knots, but I'm only running one engine. Now I'm going to kick on engine 2. And will it turn on is the question. So here we're going to start 2. There we go, starting 2. And it doesn't, it's going to misbehave now because it doesn't like that I'm throttled up. So I need to play with the throttle here. So that's what it's doing. It doesn't like to be throttled up really quick. So let me see if I can get it to run here. I'm going to throttle back up, see if I can throttle 2 up. Let's see why this is misbehaving. So, let's see. I don't know why it's misbehaving. Oh, because the starter's engaged. Okay. So I don't know why this one's misbehaving. I have to figure it out. Something's up with this now. I have to see what's up with this. So this engine should be running. It's not. Let's fix it. So anyway, so I should be able to kick that second engine on, and instead of going 150 knots, I can go 250 knots. So now it's worth me burning that extra fuel because I gain an extra 100 knots of speed out of it, and so I get utility out of that. So that's going to really actually be kind of a cool thing in game is I can go to super duper fuel efficiency mode when I'm doing rescues, and because often turbines are really tough to work with because in game because they burn so much fuel. So you go to a rescue and the amount of money you get for rescue is pretty small, and so it's like not even worth it sometimes. All right, what is this? That is clutch pressure. What is that? Prop clutch. Okay, that's prop clutch. That's fine. This is that prop clutch there. What are you? You should be rotor clutch. Prop clutch right there. What is this? What's this clutch here? Oh, that's why. Okay. I had symmetry off when I did something. So here, this here is connected correctly. This here, is it? No. What the hell? What is over here? Something's up over here. That is the clutch for the... Let me look. This, where the hell are you? This is the clutch for the fan. So this should be fan clutches. Yep, those are fan clutches. These are rotor clutches. Those are, okay, so these are, I call them prop clutches. They should be rotor clutches, but that's fine. That's my generator. Clutches are here. And then this is my number 1 interlink clutch, and this is my number 2 interlink clutch. Number 2 interlink clutch, okay. So let's look and see why this is not behaving itself. So this was, oh, it's not merged. Nope. Yep, it's not merged. That's why. Okay, I didn't merge any of that. All right, good. So that would be why that engine's not running right. So that was an easy fix. Yep, I had to go asymmetrical to spin them, and I forgot to merge one of them. So that would be it. But this is like, so for example, you know, me being a pilot geek, this is really cool to me is, you know, a lot of people hate this. They hate having to actually press buttons and do stuff. And I'm the opposite. It's like, I want to choose when to do all this stuff. Like, people will have a VTOL mode button. I loathe that. I want to, and for example, I can really do some cool things. I can do some really intricate flight maneuvers because I can control my fan speed independently of each engine speed, and I can control it independently of the rotors pretty much. And because of that, I can land. I can do a short field landing. I can come in at 30 knots and land. I can land at 0 knots. I can come in at 120 knots. And, you know, I can do a lot of stuff with that, and that's why I personally like it. All right, so let's go ahead. We'll go... So once I spin up to over 2 RPS, the rotors will clutch in. So we're running on one engine here, as you can see. The N1 and the N2, nothing on that side. So those are shut down. Let's take off like an airplane this time. So the cool thing is because the rotors are spinning, it acts like really good flaps. So like if we were heavyweight, a lot of VTOL airplanes they'll take off like an airplane because they can carry so much more weight, because you need a thrust to weight ratio of greater than 1 to take off vertically. If you take off using your wings, you do not, because your wings are helping you to take off. You don't need as much thrust. So here we go. I'm going to spool up. And so you'll notice we can go faster with less throttle. So right now we're going 159 knots. So if we look at our RPS, we're at 9. And the whole reason is, watch this, as I increase 3, I'm increasing the clutch to the fans, and we start slowing down because I've now overloaded my engines. I put so much load on the engines, they're trying to move too much air. Well, the benefit of that is it now allows me to go very high on the RPS, or very high in the clutch, and now I'm able to burn less fuel. I'm down to 7.4 RPS, so I can burn a lot less fuel. All right, so we're going 150 knots on one engine, as you can see. Now let's go ahead and we will turn on engine 2, which should turn on now. And notice I don't need the starter. Why? Because engine 1 just spooled up engine 2, and as soon as engine 2 gets over 2 RPS, or was it 0.5 RPS, it has enough compression that it lights off. And that's how it actually works with the pneumatic system IRL. With pneumatics, what it allows you to do is you're taking the air from one engine, blowing the other one to start it. So, but this is pretty cool. So now, as you can see, where are we at here? Let's go. So let's power up. So now we have 2 engines spooled up, and the benefit of this is we're now able to go fast. So this gives me a lot of options, and that's what I like in game. Is I like having part of the benefit of a complicated system is it allows you to do complex things. You know, if you have a simple system, you generally can do simple things. With a complicated system, I can do a rescue, I can hover over position, and I can hover, you know, with 1 turbine at 20 RPS. If I want to go fast, I now have 2 turbines going 20 RPS. Well, guess what? That burns double the fuel. So I can sit over a rescue site, and I can be burning half the fuel that I would be if I had both my engines running. So when I go to do a rescue, I'm going to shut one of my engines down. I'm going to go... Now you see that engine just spooled down. Now, let's press the space bar. We'll go to a stop. Okay, let's say I'm doing a rescue. Well, now I have 1 turbine at 20 RPS. The other turbine is doing nothing, burning 0 fuel. And we can even verify that. This tank, I'm burning fuel. This tank, it's still burning because this is still spinning, eating a little bit of fuel, but it will stop eventually. But you notice this one's burning a lot less than this. So this engine is burning, so we're now burning half the fuel to go do our rescue. Okay, so rescue is completed, and now I start going forward. Let's start putting up the fan clutches. So you just heard that other engine shut down. So here we go. Now we're off, and we're going on 1 turbine. You notice we're overloaded, so it's going to start coming down, and then turn on engine 2. And here we go. Now we can leave at, you know, 250 knots. And the reason why it sped up, slowed down is when I click that valve on, it zeroes out the thrust for engine 2. So I have to bring the thrust back up. So, but as you notice, now we're able to go another 105 knots faster with 2 engines running, but we're burning double the fuel. And if you look here, this one here, because we've been burning on 1, has less fuel now, so we can cross feed. Yep, actually, I want to go the other way. So there, we're pretty close now on fuel, so we're cross-fed, and now our tanks are equalized again. So just kind of a cool thing here, the ability to, it gives me more options. You know, I can choose to go super fuel efficient. You know, let's say I do, you know, I'm flying from FJ and the rescue's here, and I'm gonna go to this hospital. I don't need to go at 250 knots. So maybe I'll start one engine, fly here, do the rescue, hover with one engine running, and then I'll fly on one engine over here, and I won't use two engines. You know, then I'm leaving FJ, and I'm going to ferry up 2 of those pallets full of diesel. That's 4,000 pounds of jet fuel in my cargo bay. Well, I'm going to the Arctic. I want to be going at 255 instead of 150. So I'm going to run both engines and fly straight up with 2, you know. So it just gives me some options, you know. And then let's say I kill... Let's go 0 on our thrust. You can see it goes right into VTOL mode, no problem. Just pressing the space bar, it zeroes out the fans. So it's going to go right into VTOL mode. And then I want to shut down 2. 2's coming down. All right, and now likely I don't need to run on full throttle. So currently I'm at 19 RPS, 19.8 RPS. So what I can do here is I can start to reduce my thrust. And look at my VSI. See my vertical speed? See how it's right here? That means I'm not descending. So what am I going to do? I'm going to keep dropping this until I start descending. So notice I'm starting to lose altitude now. And so what I'll do is I'll trim in some vertical. And what I'll keep doing is I'll keep dropping off my VSI. All right, and so I can tell what my minimum RPS on one engine is to maintain altitude. All I want to do is maintain altitude. So right there, right about there. So I need at least 12 RPS to maintain altitude. So I could go even more fuel efficient with this by using one engine at 12 RPS, and now I'm burning even less fuel. Let me quickly check chat. I could set up an automated system, but again, the reason I don't do automated systems is I get bored. So all the crossfeed does is it pumps from one tank to the other. You know, again, I flew a $25 million airliner. We didn't have an automatic crossfeed system. We did it manually. You know, you looked at the tank, you said, okay, this one is 100 pounds heavier than this one. Let's put 100 pounds over here. And that's how we do it in the airlines. You would manually do it. And now they're equalized. And so you manually crossfeed. You know, so I don't want to do automated system because part of the whole thing is it takes me about 15 minutes to fly from FJ up here to the Arctic. You know, what am I doing for 15 minutes? You know, autopilot's on, sitting there just, you know, letting it fly up there. And so one of the few things I would do to keep me entertained is do a fuel crossfeed, you know. So that's why I do these things manually, is it gives me something to do, you know. And so I understand that people like it automated, but it's like I want to do it myself because I'm just bored, you know. And so that's why I do it, you know, manually. But kind of cool here being able to shut off engines and then, you know, power up and do stuff like this. So this is gonna be cool. I'm already really loving this build. Yeah, main thing is there's a different paradigm between civilian and professional. So professional drivers' systems are different than civilian driver system. Professional pilot systems are different than civilian pilot systems. When you are, say you're a private pilot and you even own your own airplane. Let's say you're a doctor, you're a private pilot, you've got a bunch of money, you bought yourself an airplane. You go, you have the latest Garmin stuff, and it tells you what to do. You're an amateur as a doctor who's a pilot. Your profession is a doctor. You're really good at being a doctor, but you're not a very good pilot compared to a professional pilot. And so you don't have the experience to make all the decisions, so you kind of like it that the plane tells you what to do. So the plane's like, you know, in 1 mile, turn to heading 250 to join the VOR 17, and it nannies you and holds your hand. Guess what? A professional pilot, that would drive me nuts. I don't want it to tell me when to do something. I'm going to tell it when to do something because I know more than the system does. And I know more than the programmers who program the system. And so that's why, like, if you're an amateur driver, like, amateur drivers are really happy about autopilot because they're not professionals at driving, so they'd rather the autopilot take over. As a professional driver, I do not want the autopilot running. The autopilot does so much stupid crap all day long, it's more of a liability to the professional than it is a help. And the same thing with airplanes is an automatic crossfeed system could get you in serious trouble if it screws up. As the professional pilot, when I want to crossfeed, I say, okay, we're 200 pounds in balance, I'm going to watch it. And then I go, okay, and we used to get a ding if we got a 200 pound imbalance, and it would ding, 200 pound imbalance, okay. I'm going to sit there and manually watch it as the expert and make sure it does what it's supposed to do. And as an amateur, you want things automated because you're overworked. Well, there's 2 professional pilots in an airliner, mostly sitting there bored. And so it gives us something to do, and we understand why we're doing things. We actually sat down and spent a month in the schoolhouse learning how the fuel system worked. And so we have the confidence to do it manually. A lot of amateurs who are not professionals at a particular thing would rather it be automated because they don't understand the intricacies of the fuel system. So they'd rather press a button and have it equalize the fuel for them. And you'll notice that, like, you know, private pilots, especially when the weather gets bad, they are super busy. You know, in the airlines, we're busy. You know, we're busy when there was bad weather, but there were 2 of us who were professionals with thousands of hours of flight time, and it doesn't phase us. And so we don't need the extra hand-holding, and we actually resent the hand-holding. And there were so many times in the airlines that the 2 of us would be like, what is the autopilot doing? It was started doing something stupid and random. And first thing we do, shut the autopilot off, and we'd fly by hand. And the opposite is true. Let's say you have that doctor flying that plane that, you know, they don't have enough experience for. When they start getting overwhelmed, what do? Put the autopilot on. They rely upon the autopilot. They couldn't do it without the autopilot. And the professionals resent it. They're like, it's doing something stupid, I can do a better job myself. Well, the amateur appreciates that extra help because they can't do it better themselves. They need the help. And so that's why, like, I don't like automated systems, is I would rather do it myself, you know, because I think I can do a better job most of the time than the automated system can do. And it's like, I don't have to ask, why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? You know, the automated system doesn't understand why it's doing it. You know, the pilot understands why they're doing a particular thing. So you just kind of read some things. So let's move this. Let's read some chat. Yeah, like, for example, when I was a delivery driver, we didn't use GPS, we used a map. And the reason we used a map was if you use the map book, you could visualize the map in your head. And you knew all the street names. And so when you were good at a route, you know, you didn't need the map anymore. You would look at the address and you knew where that street was in that town, you drive straight to it. And you knew that at 5 o'clock there was going to be traffic on this road, this road, this road, this road, and so I would need to detour out the back road. And so, you know, the GPS doesn't have all that institutionalized knowledge. So the GPS is great for the amateur who isn't used to the traffic patterns. You know, they said, okay, well, listen, there was a fire on 5th Street. Normally 5th Street is clear at this time of day, but there was a fire, so likely it's busy with fire trucks. I'm not going down 5th Street. The GPS might not know this and send you down 5th Street, and so it's the same type of thing. Oh yeah, automated ballast. Yeah, that's why, like, a lot of that automated stuff, it's great when it works, but if it doesn't work, it's catastrophic. And so it's like, we got some new tractors at one point back when they were starting to do the auto braking on tractors. And the radar would hit the street sign under the bridges. So you'd be driving along down the highway going 65 miles an hour with a set of doubles, and it would slam on the brakes, and the doubles would start accordioning behind you for no reason. And so as a professional, we're like, rip this thing out of there. And we used to ask maintenance to disconnect the radars because we as professionals pay attention and we could drive the truck better than the automated system. Now, an amateur, they're on their phone, they're screwing around, they're not taking it seriously, and so they need the automated system to help them because they're woefully terrible at driving anyway. And so that's the kind of, would be kind of the analogy I'd say. All right, so I need to work on these lights. So if you look, I put my landing lights on the hips. The issue is they're angled, so they need to come down. Let's see. Down and actually, they might just be able to come down because they'll angle out. I want them to angle out because I do have a center light. So let's go ahead and angle those out. So let's grab our lighting panel here. And let's go. So this, I want 2 nodes here. So this is, again, I'm a big advocate of if the devs do something good, they need to be applauded for it. The devs did a great job with the update where they crap. I don't have enough space in this panel to do everything I want to do. Crap. Crap. This sucks. I'm out of space. This is no good. This is no bueno. All right, let me see what I need to do here. So that'd be 2 out. This is killing me because what I want to do is I want to angle those landing lights, but I also want to make the nose wheel turn with me. So again, the thing that I think the devs should definitely be applauded for is the so-called gyro update where they made it so you can move the lights. It's awesome. That's a really, really great mod, really good update. All right, so this is a pain in the ass here. I'm going to have to do it separately. So this one here, I'll get rid of for now. This one here is going to be an output to landing lights. Landing lights. So the other thing I'd like to see them do is put an input and an output composite node on everything. Imagine if we could daisy chain the lights and have them do different channels. Those spotlights actually, they angle into the wells. So I need landing lights and I need, let's see, composite input gear panel. Yeah, I'm going to just do a separate panel for the nose wheel tipping because I need another node for this. So let's go in here and let's see. So it's going to be, just checking something really quick here off screen. So I need to tip down the Y. All right, so let's go. So this is going to be right here, landing light. This is going to be a static number. So I need to write a number, and I think what is, I'll just check it. So these lights here, you see they start like this, and then they fold down so they're just above the cowling here. And then when the gear is up, they are hidden behind this. So these are going to auto shut off when I put them away. They'll be sitting up against this. And so I need to go down on the y-axis here to just angle them down and out because I want them down and out. I want these lights to shine here and here essentially. So it's actually fine that they're angled a little bit. They'll hit here and here because when you're coming into land, the taxi light will light up the middle and all I really care about is the sides. You can't see the runway in the middle all that great anyway. Let's go ahead and I need to double check the node here. What is it? Y is 2. Okay. So what are we reading here? 2. And then we do property. So property number, this will be landing light pitch. And I'm actually going to do this. Let's do 1 and 2. 1, So we're going to start with Y, landing light pitch, and then I'm going to do landing light yaw. All right. And that way, so we're going to do landing light pitch negative, oh, I don't know, 0.25. We actually want them to hit the runway as we're landing. We don't want them, I don't need to light up the dead sky in front of me at night. I need to light up the runway so I know where I'm landing, especially because I'm going to be landing off-road. All right, so that's good. And then the gear panel. So the whole point of this is on the gear panel, what is it, 2? I think it's, I'm going to just check. So that light needs to shut off when the gear comes up. They'll auto shut off when the gear come up. So that is 2. So let's just hook it up over here. So gear panel comes over here as well to the lighting panel. So you get a lot of these. You wouldn't want to light up your landing wells with the lights. You know, LEDs, it's not a big deal. You're not going to start a fire. But the old school incandescents, you'd start a fire. You know, if you didn't do that. So what we want here is 2. All right, and so what triggers the... So where are we at here? Landing light is here. And so we want a Boolean. So it'll be X. And not Y. All right, X and not Y. So it'll be... I actually won't do Y. We'll do something else. Come on, plug in, you scum. There we go. Z. X and not Z. All right, so that landing light will shut off when I put the gear up. All right, let's test it. Yeah, fires are cool. It's actually kind of cool how they used to do the loops. They probably do it differently now, but they used to have these loops, and as they heated up, the wire would expand, and when the wire expanded, it changed the resistance, and that would change the electrical conductivity of the wire, and that's how you could tell if you had a fire or not, was the electrical conductivity. All right, so there are my landing lights. As you can see, see how they're still hitting the nose? I need to pitch them out more. They are still hitting the nose. So I don't want them hitting the nose at all. See how they have convergence? I don't need that much convergence. And I also want them converging like 100 feet ahead of me at least. So now the nice thing is with the property text, let's do -1. Let's do worst case and see what that looks like. All right, so see how they're not hitting the body anymore? And so that's actually not too bad a convergence. See how I have a dark spot in front of me? Look at the nose. I can't see the dark spot. The dark spot is completely obscured by my nose. All I can see is the lit spot. And so now we're lighting up the runway around us, which is good. And then we're going to be coming in with the taxi light on too. So the taxi light, notice this area up here just lit up. That's from the taxi light. So you notice right there is what the taxi light covers. So when we're coming into land, we're going to be hitting here and there with the taxi light. So that's actually pretty good. I like that setup. See, that's a good convergence. And we hit well with our taxi lights. We actually light up a ton of area with that. And I'm not going to be able to bring my gear up, I don't think. Okay, I can because I have to fix something. So when the gear goes up, it automatically shuts those landing lights off. You can see they're off now. And then we also want... I want that nose wheel. So this light goes up into the well. So this taxi light here should go off as well. So nice. So we want this crap here. I just want this actually. What is that? Y? Nope. It should be W, right? W, W. W, so now the taxi light will shut off when the gear is up. And then I need to fix my gear panel because I did this for testing. So right here, this number 100, that is, it's cheating. So this should be reading the distance sensor. So the gear can't be put up on the ground. That's the way I cheat it so that I can put the gear up on the ground for testing. All right, nice. So that is fixed. Let's kind of just read through some stuff. And then I need to do the nose wheel. So let's do this. Let's do, yeah, we'll just do nose wheel steering off that. I'm going to end up changing it later because the eventually I'm going to put a seat compiler in that will make both seats. It will combine the seats, but I haven't done that yet. So whatever I'm plugging this is left, right. We'll go in there. Let's test it. More flashlight business. And taxi. And there goes the taxi light. So as I steer, the taxi light, oh, why is it going up? Oh, because, okay. It's wrong node here. Oh, because I have it sideways. You can see the taxi light is sideways. So because the taxi light's sideways, I have to use the other node. I was like, why? I didn't think I had it backwards. Sometimes I do the spots on there. Sometimes I do those sideways. So it had to be backwards. There we go. So now we steer with this, and it is way too high. As you can see, it's pointing towards the ceiling. So this can go like this. And then we want to start channel 1. We want 2. This now goes there, and then a property here. So this is taxi pitch, and so this will hit the runway too as we come into land better. And that's going to be -0.5 is usually what I use, I think. Good. So that's set up for taxi light. Nice, that is done. So that's cool. Check. I'll take a quick second break to go get a drink. Get streaming, and I don't drink for like hours on end. Actually, damn it, I have my coffee with me. I'm not drinking my coffee yet. It's like almost 11 o'clock here. So that's what I usually do is I bring my coffee at like, I try to stop drinking coffee by 8. And I'm like, I look over and I have a full thing of coffee. I'm like, do not drink that. All right, cool. So this has the track system in for the pallets. I need to put in a, it's going to be a winch that will go off the end here for rescues. All right, let's go through the panels. The electrical system is mainly, it's plumbed in, but it's not hooked up. Pneumatics, I'm trying to think of how to do my pneumatics here. I'm trying to think, pneumatics and APU. I need to build an APU. Yeah, I need to build an APU at some point. Fuel's fine. I don't have fuel flows. That will come later. These are going to most likely be hydraulics. So I'll plumb those in. Let's see. Number one, hydraulics. And of course, because I like to make things a pain in the ass, what do I want to do here on this one? I really want to flip switch, but I'm going to do a button because I don't want flip switches over flip switches. So, do I want to do that? What do I want to do? Yeah, I kind of have to. These are going to be next to each other, so that'll be hydraulic, number one hydraulic button toggle. And then what is this number-wise? That is 28, 27, 26, 25. Where are we at there? 25, 26. And this will read the hydraulic pressure. And so what I usually do is I make it so that the if you don't have enough hydraulic pressure, you start to lose the ability to control. Your control surfaces stop working. And so what I usually do is say it multiplies it by 1. So what happens is if you're I'm trying to think of how to do it. So like essentially you do an up down counter, and if your hydraulic pressure is below, say, the 1 value, it's 1 times whatever you're asking for controls. So if you're asking for 0.5, it would be 0.5 times 1. If you're at 90% of your hydraulic pressure, it would be doing say 0.2 times 0.9, and you'd have to do more because your hydraulics aren't working as well. So it's me being a pain with that. But 3,000 psi is usually a jet's hydraulic system. All right. And so usually you can run on one system. You don't need both to just operate. That's psi there. Okay, Control X. All right, and then this would be, what's that? 28. Okay, 29. 29. Number 2. Number 2 hydraulics psi. Because this one's going to be the dial 0 to 3,000 psi. Especially because I'm going to be running this in single mode. Number 2 hydraulic. That's going to be a button. And I'm going to black out these buttons. This will be, what is that, 30? 30. 30. I'll make sure I get that right. 20 and 30. Okay, good. And then these are just going to be dark because these wouldn't, you just push those buttons in anyway. So that will read out my hydraulics pressure. And so I'll have engine 1 hydraulics, engine 2 hydraulics. And that's good. Pneumatics are here. So we have engine pneumatics, APU pneumatics. And so what I do is I put a start condition on the on these that you can't start the engine if you don't have, yeah, it has to be a diesel APU, unfortunately. I really wish they would, I would love them to make a 1x1 axial turbine. I would love them to just make 1x1 jet parts would be cool because we could make APUs. And that would be cool. And we could make tiny little jets, and that would be awesome. A 1x1 1x1 jet parts would be cool. But I usually have to end up putting a friggin' diesel APU in, which I don't like doing. I'd rather not. Let's see. It's not going to have to be big anyway, but just it's annoying. It's going to go right here probably. Yeah, I'll go right in here. All right, let's do. I'll at least plumb it in right now. It doesn't need to be big. The 2-cylinder should be fine. The hell is the belt drive? There it is. I need to go forward. Can I do a 1-cylinder? I don't know if I could, if a 1-cylinder would cut it or not. I have the space. I just. Ooh, will it fit in the tail? I can fit one in the tail. That's even better. That's where they usually are in the tail. I don't want it in the nose. plumbing wise, fuel plumbing is going to be a pain to put it up here. It's going to be a pain to plumb it up here too, so I'll put it in the tail. I'll worry about plumbing it up later. Very rarely will I have to refill it, but I will plumb it up. So let's put it in the tail, because generally they're up in the tail, so. All right, we'll do it up here. Let's go. Let's see where we at here. Gen. Gearbox. Okay. Clutch. Do a 2-cylinder. Belt drive there. Okay, I'm just trying to think. I want to hook this up. Just do a belt there. It's not gonna work the way I want it to. Okay. I didn't want 4 cylinders. I wanted 2 cylinders. Get out of there, you. Okay. All right. Starter. And it will just shut off if it overheats. Not going to worry about cooling it. We'll just let it shut off if it overheats. All right, and so I need a... Need to find a spot where I can vent some fucking exhaust here. Let's see. All right, good. All right, that's plumbed. Where am I going to run fuel? I don't know. But are you inside the build? Yes, you are. Oh, crap. I don't want that. Let's do that. Where are you? You still in the build? No, perfect. That's outside. That'll be inlet. I might do inlet on the top just for the funsies of it. Where's that? Is that somewhere weird? Ugh, can't tell. Where the hell is that? That's way back there. Wowza. Okay. So let's do right here. Okay. Where the hell is it? There it is. Air manifold. Read the chat. Hey, how's it going there, Dana? Not much. The only time I'm really using the APU is to when it's sitting there. And then I also do, I segregate my batteries. So what I do is I have 2 batteries essentially, and so when I leave to go, say, do a rescue and I leave it on the ground, if I'm going to leave the systems on, I shut one of the batteries off. So let's say I ran my battery down to 0. Often, like an airplane this size, you probably wouldn't even need a APU. So it's since you don't even need it, I don't need a lot of fuel in here. I'm trying to think. I think how I'm gonna run some fuel. Okay, I can run. Can I get to the sides? Yeah, in the wings I can get to the sides. Beautiful. Okay, that's gonna work. All right, because I have to run a long run to get some fuel in the sucker. So let's, or for refueling. So let's go. There's 2 of these tanks. Should be more than enough. Probably run them 1. But I don't need much power. You'd run your APUs mainly for starting your engines to have pneumatics, and then it's also for a little bit of ground power. But generally, I'm gonna start an engine and get out of there. Where the hell am I here? In the build, right there. Can I go in there? Yeah, I can go in there. Beautiful. All right, so right here is where I'm barking. Nope, that's not it. Right there. Okay. All right, beautiful. All right, so we can plumb in here. It's a long run, but the things I do for things that only I'll appreciate. There you go. It's like these little things that like they don't matter, but it's like I want it because it's a system, and I want to have the system in there. And like the use case is almost never, I'm never going to use it, but I will make it. So generally the way you start an airplane IRL is you start your APU, and then you take the pneumatics from the APU and you spin up one of the turbines. Well, you spin up both turbines, and then you can also go ahead and start with the other turbine. You can spool up an engine to do it. I need to have a ground services panel, so I need to put it in one of these hips. I'm trying to find a hip space. And to do it, I could go right here, I think. Ground services there. Yeah, I think ground service is going to be there. The front of the hip I don't want to do. Here I can't do. Could do. What can I do there? What's this? Bingo. That's where it's going to be. It's going to be. Oh, that's 4x. It's not going there. I don't want a 4x ground service panel. Right here maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking here. Okay. So. All right. And then this is going to have to start open. Nope. That. And then this is going to get grabbed off. So this will be where my ground services panel plugs in here. All right, good. Paint this up. Paint that, that, and that. And then what I want is, well, actually, I'll take up a little bit of space in here. And then we'll set up the ground service panel. So we need a cable anchor. We'll go like this. And then I want my hose anchor on this side. And then I want a panel. And then another hose anchor here for, so this is going to be the diesel for the APU. That's going to be jet fuel. So diesel is amber. And then jet fuel or kerosene is generally blue. And then power doesn't matter. We'll go green on power. And then I'll paint it chromed out silver. And I just did that everywhere. All right, let's go diesel, jet, and then I'll leave that blank. I don't need that colored. All right, so this will be the ground surfaces panel here. So that will open up, it will auto close, and then I need to, I'll probably put the panel to open it there. And then, so that's where we're going to refill everything from. So now I know where I need a pipe. So yay, piping this sucker up. All right, so let's go cut you. This actually won't be too bad, but. All right, so this is where the diesel is going to here, so. Give me a break there. Give me a break, give me a break. There we go, nice. All right, so this will plumb here. So this is why I don't like using the bucket. See how this is all black? I don't want that black up there. I want it white, but I had to paint one tiny thing, and so if I wanted to go fix it, I'd have to go spend 20 minutes fixing it. That's why I usually just don't even use the bucket. All right, so this plumbs up the APU. So the APU will get its fuel up there, and it'll pump it up there. And so that's what, like 14 liters, something like that. So to put it into perspective, you were asking how much fuel the APU needs. So I know some of these guys watched the ultralight build live build. The ultralight had 1 or 2 tanks, and I could go from O'Neill to FJ and back on 1 tank, on 1 fuel, with 2 of those in an ultralight running a 2-cylinder diesel, and that was at like 30 RPS or something. This is going to run at maybe like 10 at most, and so this really won't use a lot of fuel. I probably need 1 tank. 2 is probably even crazy. All right, so that plumbs in diesel for that, and then jet fuel is going to be easy here. I'm going to go ahead, we'll cut, so this is going to go, let's see. And so they call this single port refueling. So you plug in and you can fill both tanks from one section. You don't need to do, you don't need to do multiples. So what we do is we go pipe, and then we go pipe, pipe. All right, and this will fill both. So like we had single port on the airliner I flew, and so they just had to plug into 1 port and it would fill both tanks. They could open the valves themselves. Like I don't go as far as needing to open the valves. What I can do is turn the crossfeed on, and I can, fix the tanks. Again, I like it a little bit more manual. So like what I can do is I can plumb these crossfeeds up, so they'll do it as well. So this is going to plumb in here. It will fill jet fuel. It will spill into this tank, and it will also come across to the starboard tank. Actually, you know what's even cooler than that? You do this. Let's not do this. Let's go like this. Will that block that? It won't. Okay, so I can go like this, and it will still, everything will flow. It will, good. So that will flow. So what this is going to do is this is going to feed the port tank from that pipe, and what you do is you turn on the crossfeed here, and this will suck from this tank into there. So if you want to fill the port tank, you just plug it in and pump. If you want to fill the port in the starboard, you would turn on the starboard pump, and it would fill the starboard tank as well from the port. So that will single port you. So we want to have let's do star or number 2 fill. Number 2 fill. That's going to be a flip switch. Okay, then we want to do gauge vertical. Gauge vert. This is going to be AP APU diesel. That's going to be a gauge vertical 0 to whatever it's going to be to, I'm going to do it in pounds. So yeah, it'll be in pounds. So this will be number 1 LBS pounds. And this is going to be a gauge vertical 0 to, I think it holds like 5,500. So we'll do 5,600 for the gauge. 3. Number 2 pounds. Gauge vertical 0 to 5,600, and that'll be 4. And then so if you want to fill just port, you just plug it in and let it pump. If you want to fill port and starboard, you would do that. And then let's say I don't have a pump. Let's say I'm filling it from a 50-gallon drum. So I have a 50-gallon drum, it has no pump. What I do is I plug it in here, and then I turn on the starboard. It's going to suck the fuel out into starboard, and then I would turn on the crossfeed to port, and it would fill the port side. So, kind of neat. All right, so that is set up there. That's good. All right, so that is good. Yep, I like that. All right, so let's go ahead, and then usually I do a different additive color on these. I usually yellow these out like so. Why are you not additive? Oh, because it's not additive, it's green. All right, so that's the ground services panel, and then I need to go. Let's see. There's gonna be ramp. I'll do ground services. Where the hell do I want to do ground services here? I can do it here. That would be kind of where I'm standing. Let's not do there. Let's go here. And this will be the ramp panel, and it will also be how do I open my ground services panel. IRL, you just have a tab. You just press the tabs and you just open it, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot of manual stuff like that, tabs and whatnot, so that would be kind of cool. So that's that. Let's make a microcontroller for this. Ground services panel. I need to be able to control the crossfeed on this, which is kind of annoying. Actually, you know, it's kind of cool. Let's do this. Okay, I have to figure this out. So currently what happens is this. So I need to be able to turn on the crossfeed. So I need to run to the system. So pneumatics, I'm missing my pneumatics here. So this panel doesn't connect up to these. And so that is 13, 14, 15, 16. So I can use those numbers and plumb through the system. So I'll do that. So this will be 13, 14, 15. Nope. You know what I can do is I can do this. These here will be 19 and 20. So these here, so I'm actually able to save a bunch of spaces. So this is 19 because it reads the same thing. 20. And then this one will be 14. Okay, so that will work this panel. Okay, nice. So what I could actually, this is how I can do this now. So for example, if I look where this composite feeds in, it feeds in from here. I need to add diesel. Let's see where we're at here. Do I have a space in the lights panel? I do not anymore. Okay, that's fine. That's cross feeds there. Crap, crap, crap. Okay, that works because I have to go through this panel. So let's figure it out. I need to be able to work my crossfeed from there. A little bit complicated, but it will work out in the long run. All right, so it will go from here. So the lights panel will go, so lights, where does the lights panel start? So lights is here, so it's crossfeed and then lights. So I need this crossfeed node. Okay, that's fine. So I need to be able to go. Crap, 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 crap. That sucks. That's annoying. Anyways, I'll figure this out. This is gonna be complicated to get this plumbed in right, but I'll be able to read off this really quickly because these here are my fuels, and these read off of where are you reading off of? Their fuels right here. Reads off this electrical fuel panel. That can read directly, and then I'm gonna try to see if I can fit the diesel on here. I can. Beautiful. Number input, that is APU diesel. All right, good. APU diesel, and then where am I reading out here? What do we got? 19. Okay, good. So I just need to read out 14. And then that's going to be pounds, so there's going to be function. And that's the same as this here. All right, and that's going to be APU diesel in pounds. And that will connect up there. And then that will give me my readout on pounds. What's this go up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, good. That's fine. So that will run. The only thing that's a problem here is the... I could simplify this and not put this nonsense here, but I kind of want it. This is a pain now, trying to get this fixed. How to do this and not cause myself such pain and torment. All right, actually, this shouldn't be too bad, I think. Let's go. Yeah, this is going to be fine. Okay, these are split panels. What do you hook up to? Just light panel? You scum you? Light panel, light panel. Okay, good. So what this will do is go here to the, it will come up here to the light panel. And then it goes right back to lights. What is that? Landing lights. Okay, gear panel. All right, perfect. So this now goes down to crap on a stick. You're gonna be difficult, aren't you? It's gonna be difficult. That's super annoying. Yeah, it's being annoying. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Yeah, because I need to be able to control that cross. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. That's fine. You know what I'll do here? I'll put it in this. Well, this is an easy fix. So I need composite input, ground service panel. All right, ground service panel comes in composite. It's gonna go. All right, so that's gonna read in the panel to open the door. All right, so that reads the panel to open the door. And then this is gonna go number output to the door. So this is ground service panel door. Okay. And then this is where it's going to get funky weird. So this is going to be an on-off input. That is for the starboard crossfeed pump. All right. And this is going to go to the output starboard crossfeed pump. And that's going to be... Let's get rid of that. So this is... I think I finally got a good way to do this. All right, good. So I think we're up and running now. I've got this figured out. This is going to be the easier way. This is why like I tend to make bespoke panels for each vehicle. It's because it's like I end up running into situations like this where I need to like, I've got like one space here and I do it. So ground service panel is going to read just channel 1 is fine. Is it one? Can I read one? I should be able to read one. I'll just do 15 to know that I'm not going to screw something up. Okay, 15's fine. That's going to do the door. So the door is going to start in the closed position. So that is stock of 1. Grounds. Service panel. I'll just do that. Okay, that's fine. This is going to read there. That's going to switch it to 0, which will open the door. GSP panel. Beautiful. All right, nice. Then what we do is we'll read in from the cross feed. And we'll read off of this. So 13 turns that pump on. So 13 goes here. So 13 is there. And so put an OR. Bingo. And that will fix the crossfeed problem I had. Lovely. All right, good. So that will do that. And then we got to hook it all up. So we will go, this panel here is going to go in there. And then what are you reading from? You read from here. So this now goes to here. And then this reads out to there. No. What the hell am I doing here? This one here reads to there. This one here reads to there. So this is, okay, that works. So this is just reading the information there. Then this one will send this one signal through to here, to there. Beautiful, that works. All right, nice. And then we'll go starboard crossfeed. So I need to actually find the crossfeed first. So this crossfeed here now goes to starboard crossfeed, goes there. And then this one goes to there. This goes to the door. All right, gorgeous. And then this composite here goes there. That should work. You are now going to be a flip switch. Nope, I want an arrow button going forward. Where are you at? Forward. It'll be left. Toggle. And then what did I say? 15 for that? 15. And then I'll also, no, I'll do the ramp on a separate panel. All right, so this is going to be ground service panel. All right, beautiful. Toggle. This is going to be none, none. And so you kind of want the arrows to point to where the thing it controls. All right, so let's take a look at it. All right, so this here needs to be additive to black because I don't want it to actually be a button. And so what will happen is you'll press this button, it will open this door. Flip this switch, it will turn on the crossfeed, or the one in the cockpit will turn on the crossfeed. These should read the gauges out. So let's hope I hook this up correctly. If I get it on the first try, that's going to be insanity. All right, let's go. Okay, we're not testing lights anymore here. Lights are all set. So then probably in a week I'll be on to my next plane toiling. All right, so notice the door is closed. I need to do a little paint there, but ground service panel is open. All right, we are reading APU 0 because I didn't plug it in. We have 5,247 pounds. We lost some poundage in here because I put in some blocks. 5,575 pounds on the starboard side. That should feed our diesel tanks up in the tail. That should feed our crossfeed system. If I put that on, that should push fuel over, and it did. You notice the number went up. It was at 55. It's at 56. So I pushed some fuel through to the other side. That is now working. Gorgeous. All right, and then what we want to do is let's go in, make sure I didn't screw up something in here. And so let's see, those are reading. So now we have 56 here. Crossfeed it back. All right, so 52, 55, and then crossfeed to starboard. So controls from both positions. Beautiful. All right, that was that's worth doing. So these little things that I get all excited about that are fun to do. putting in like little ground service panels and whatnot. All right, so that's nice. That's ground service panel is in there. Let's start working on some electricity. All right, so we need a ton of relays here. So let's see. Generally put them in the nose here because they're long and annoying here. So this is again why I don't like the bucket. I don't want all these painted like random paint colors. I just it bothers the hell out of me to have these randomly painted. So I want them painted, you know, white in here. Yes, especially it's easier for me to find things if it's not like a weird color menagerie in here. And so that's why I hate the bucket is it colors random stuff I don't want colored. And then I have to come back in here. So I think it takes me less time to not do it. And symmetry would have really helped. All right, there we go. So I hate like having things like this randomly painted. I want everything to be consistent. And so it's the bucket just drives me nuts. I always get people like, why didn't you use the bucket? Because it drives me nuts. All right, so that's done. All right, beautiful. So I need to put in batteries anyway. Let's see. Let me quickly see. I use relays because so there was a big paradigm shift where so like in an airliner you have, for example, in a lot of complex aircraft you'll have your overhead panel, and then behind your overhead panel you have your circuit breaker panel. It's here, and the circuit breakers are tiny. You could literally fit 25 to 30 in this tiny area, and so you can pop them. And then you have your relays behind your, or where they were in my plane, were behind your seat, and you can hear them click, and they go click, click, click. These are manual circuit breakers. And so the difference between a fuse and a circuit breaker, a fuse blows out, you have to replace the fuse. A circuit breaker, when it overheats, it pops. And so these we could manually pull. The relays we electronically cycle. So let's say you go to start an engine, right? Or you turn on an igniter. That is an electrically commanded relay. And so when you do that, it will command the relay to close. So it's an actuated circuit breaker, essentially. And so I like to use relays, and I'll show you why. So I'm going to do some relays. And I actually want these painted. Are they going in here? Where the hell are they going? I'll put some in here. Where's my batteries? My batteries are going to go... So, like, you know, I always talk about how everybody uses, like, insane battery counts. I'll show you what I'm putting in here for batteries. I have no electrical in here yet. Here are my batteries. We have symmetry on. Symmetry's on. 2 small batteries are what we're getting. That's it. And that's all we need. All right, so 2 small batteries, 1 for each engine. Then each battery gets its own relay. So each of these relays will go in here with the battery. All right, so those are my 2 battery buses. And then what I do is I put in a main bus. So here would be my main bus. So main bus goes there. And then I need 1 more bus, and that is for this ground power connection here. So I will stick this one, where the hell do I want it? It's going to come up here anyway, so I'm going to stick it right here. And so now to plumb, I want to make sure those fins won't hit it. Because I had to put fins in here. I'll put this one, I don't want to put it above it. That's a pain if I put it above it. Stick it right here. Doesn't need to be perfectly symmetrical. All right, so what we're going to do here is start hooking these up. So electrical, so I hook my electricity up like it would be in a real aircraft. And so what you do is the battery plugs into the relay. This battery plugs into the relay. This battery plugs into the cold side of the master bus. So we're actually going to go to the far side. And it plugs in here. And what that allows me to do is isolate the battery. So I can completely disconnect this battery from the system. Totally. Then what I do is I have my generator, my number 1 generator. My number 1 generator will go to this side of the battery bus 1 and battery bus 2. Do I want it there? Yes, that way I can disconnect the whole... it doesn't need to be there, but I'm going to hook these up like that. That works fine. And then this one over here, this generator here, will connect to here and there. And so what that allows me to do is I can use this generator to power both batteries. And remember, I'm going to be operating this with one engine sometime. So I can have this generator over here recharging this battery. So that's why they do that. And then if I don't want this to recharge this battery, I disconnect this battery. So it allows me to do any combination I want. I can charge what I want when I want, and that's important. If for in real life, it's important because you might have an over temp on a battery, so you need to isolate the battery, or you're on the ground, you don't want to accidentally, like say I land at night in game and I leave all my lights on, I'm going to burn up a lot of electricity. So what I do is I disconnect one of my batteries. This battery is always going to stay at say 90%. If I disconnect it, right? Say it was at 99%, I disconnect it and I run off this battery. If I forget and this battery goes down so low I can't start an engine, all I have to do is connect this battery, boom, engine starts, or the APU most likely. APU is going to use the least amount of electricity to start the APU. Now the APU is burning juice, so this APU generator here plumbs to both sides. So if I want this APU generator to power just this battery, guess what? I close this relay here. If I don't want it to power this one, I open this relay and now it can't get through. So it allows you to put the electricity wherever you want it or don't want it. And then what you do is you would do ground power here goes to this ground power relay. Let's change this. I'm just making extra lines. I don't need to. Let's do this. So what I'll do is this. These will go to the battery side of the master bus. So what I do here is let's go. Where are we at here? So this generator is going to plug to the battery side of the master bus. So this goes from battery, master side. Then what is this? Generator. This will go here. So that does the same thing, but it's a lot fewer connections. So my 3 generators are going to plug into the battery side of the master relay, like that. Then the ground power will connect to the battery side of the master relay. So here we have ground power, and then this has to be closed, and that connects the battery. So what I can do is I can plug into ground power, and if I don't select ground power, which for example, you want this in real life, let's say you plug into the gate, right? And you leave the airplane there overnight and you go to the hotel. What you would do is you would disconnect this relay. Now let's say so you have a power cord coming from the building into here. It follows this path. If you left that relay connected, let's say the building gets struck by lightning. The power surge goes through, boom, burns out your batteries. If you leave this relay open, it hits the building, it goes and it stops right here and it never passes through, and you don't blow out your systems. And so that's why you do that segregation IRL. And so let's say I want to recharge both my batteries from the little station over here, right? We have this electrical plug-in. Where the hell is it? Where is it? It's outside, I think, on this base. But let's say we want to plug in from the ground power to recharge my batteries. I plug in here, then I have to close this relay. I have to then close this relay and close this relay. Now the power goes from here to here to here to here, through there to here, through there to there. And then I can select what I want charged. So this is a very realistic system. Is it overkill? Absolutely. But that's why I like to do it. And so then this master, everything plugs into here. If you want something hot, let's say, for example, this door, this would be manual in real life, this ground services door here. This is on the hot bus. So what a hot bus is it's something that is always powered. And so generally what you do is your number 1 battery or your number 2 battery is your hot bus. And they are always powered. So if you were to kill one of your batteries, you'd only kill one of them and not 2. And so that's why we'll hook up things to the hot bus. So for example, like the ramp, that's our way in. That goes to the hot bus. So I don't know why I hooked it up like that, but let's go like this. And then like that. This would go here. And then this would plug in there. So our ramp is powered. That's all powered. So all of our hot stuff that always is powered. Our lights are generally on the hot bus. Our beacons are on the hot bus. Let's just put the beacons on the hot bus. So beacons go on the hot bus. And I think that's about all I want on the hot bus right now. If I put on some side doors, those go on the hot bus. That allows me to get in and out. Then you take this node and you go up to the battery side of the hot bus. And that is always powered. So those will always be powered. So that's why I do stuff like that. And then these lights here, so these will be on the cold bus. So you need power to be able to run the rest of your lights. You need the beacon because you turn that on. You don't necessarily need the beacon, but I like to put that on the hot bus. So there are my landing lights, and I put like systems together. So there's so there are all my lights that are on the cold bus, and they go to the master. And then all my control surfaces, which these fins are in the nose just to account for these engines being above the center of gravity. That's the only reason they're in there. Then all my control surfaces get plumbed, and these go to the cold bus. All right, so those are all plumbed, all my control surfaces, and then we'll pick the closest one, and that goes to the cold bus. And let's see what else. Gear is going to come together, so anything for gear. So hard points count as batteries, so I do not want to connect my hard point, or else it will act like a battery. So any of the hard point stuff cannot be connected, or else it will act like a battery. So I want my gear here and my gear doors. Those are already connected there. That goes to here. That goes to there. Where are we at here? Make sure my hard point is not being connected. That's gear door, hard point connector. Is that being connected to? No, it isn't. Okay, good. Hard point's not being connected to. All my gear connected. It is. What is that? Hard point connector body. Go gear door, gear door. Okay, so all my gear is connected now. And so my gear would get connected to the cold bus so that I actually have to turn it on to get gear. Then I want to connect all my panels. And then usually pick a middle one to start with. And then these all are one system. They'll get plumbed in. All right, and then where we go? Middle, where am I at here? Right here. Did I do these systems? I did. Okay, so that goes there to down here for the monitor. And then these two panels there. All right, so that is all of my controls there. And then that goes to the cold bus. So I actually need power to be able to turn that system on. And so this one here is going to be hot bus because this actually closes all the relays. So this one needs power. So this one goes hot bus. And so when I step in the cockpit, the first thing I do is I pick a battery. What that does is that will close one of these relays. So say I pick this battery, closes this relay, connects that battery to here. Then the next thing I do is do power connect. Power connect will close this main relay. And then this will select ground power. So if I want ground power, I connect that. It closes this relay, allowing this one to go. And then that will allow me to pick my systems. And then APU will turn on the APU generator. That will automatically connect to the system. These are generators 1 and 2. What those do is the PID will control this clutch for the generator. And the clutch will modulate how much clutch pressure is needed to maintain battery. So all that will do is it will feed the clutch a 0, and that won't turn the generator, and it essentially shuts the PID off. That's how my generator connects work. So I don't need a relay for those. All right, and then engines. So we go, what's that? Clutch to the gearboxes do not need to be connected because I don't shift gears because this isn't a car. So clutch to clutch. This one does not connect up to our stuff. And then I connect to the compressor. this clutch, and then what are you? Turbine. Okay, turbine. And then these engines will connect. And what are you? You are clutch, you get power, you get power. You get power compressor, you get power there, and then all my engines go into the cold side. Nice. And then this here is the starter for the APU. Gearbox is fine. Gearbox, we'll do a 3-to-1. And then this clutch here will go to the cold side. My fuel system will then hook up to the cold side. And then anything I consider sensors, I hook up together like so. The GPS will go in there. That will be a sensor. And so I set them up in systems like that. So what RPS my jet engine's running? They run to a maximum of about 19.8. So yeah, you have to really watch your electrical systems to make sure they're functioning right. So like, okay, so this is all hooked up now. We should have everything hooked up correctly. Let's go ahead and spawn it. And let's shut off infinite electricity. Ground service panels there. I didn't plumb this in, did I? Nope, see electric showing 0, so I didn't plumb this in. All right. The door is plumbed in. I didn't plumb in the panels. All right. And then this here, this is on the, should be on the hot bus. All right, so that, maybe I disconnected it. I don't know. That ramp should be in the hot bus, so we have to check that. So now we come in the cockpit. This is how you do it at IRL generally. So we're going to pick a battery, battery 1. All right, that should close the relay. If we look, that shows electric at 0.99. That means that's connected. If we look at this, they're all zeros. Nothing's connected. Then we go to Power Connect. Power Connect is going to, oh, that didn't work. So what's up with, oh, I haven't hooked up the system yet. Okay, where's electric panel? I haven't hooked up any of the relays. So number 1 battery, that's why. Number 1 battery relay. Main bus is here. This is number 2 battery there. All right, and then so I need to add some more nodes onto this electrical panel. Electrical panel is usually pretty big for me, so let's see. So I need, let's see, output, ground, power, ground power. All right, and so what was the number? Ground power would be 4. So what are we at here? 3. So 4 is ground power. That would close the relay on ground power. And so that's if we plug it in, we get ground power right there on that relay. Now I need to figure out why this isn't hot busing here. So let's look. So these are the, oh, this, I didn't plug in the throttle for the ramp. That's why that wasn't connected. All right, good. Let's spawn that. And now the relays should be connected. So they should work. Let's just double check, make sure they're all plumbed. Make sure, what is this? Battery 1, I didn't hook up batteries yet. Battery 1 goes there. Battery 2 goes there. APU diesel, need to plumb that in so I can see the number. Okay, good. Let's kill one of these. I don't need 2 tanks. I don't want 2 tanks. I want 1 tank. All right, and that will make it so I don't have to double the number anyway. That goes there. Nice. All right, so that's good. Let's see. We had another issue, I thought. I don't think so. I think it was just I didn't close the relays. So now we'll go in and... oh, those aren't working. Okay, that needs to be in the hot bus. So these doors don't start in the closed position. These gear doors. I don't mind them like this. So they'll sit up high like this until I power up, and then they close to close the gap. That's kind of cool. I don't know. I kind of like it with them sitting up high. Ramp works now, which means that when I hook up the ramp controls, that will be plumbed and powered. All right, so we come in here. All these panels should be dead. They are. This panel should be powered. It's on the hot bus. Let's do page up. So that's powered. Then we pick a battery. We close the main power connection. You notice we just got that. We heard the gear doors close. Now we have power. So the system is connected. And I'm only running on one battery. You notice these batteries are screwed up. I got to fix them. I don't know why these are screwed up. Something screwed up with those. I got to fix them. All right, and so now we're connected to power. All right, good. So that works. And then this is going to control my my power generation as well. So we need APU. I should be able to stick on this panel, so that's good. I can do all my APU stuff here. We're gonna be hurting for space again on this panel. This is gonna be a big panel once done. Usually electrical panels pretty big. This is gonna be number 1 gen. Cat's coming to visit. You probably hear him bumping my mic. Number 2 gen. So these are actually pretty simple to set up. Where are my batteries reading out? Batteries are reading here. Nope, they're already hooked up. I already have these. What is this? I already have the generators. They're all plumbed up. Or I have them set up. So I don't need, I doubled these up. I don't need that doubled up. All right, I don't need these. Those are already, I already thought of that. Okay. So are they connected? My generator's connected? They are. Okay. So the generator clutch is already plugged in. Nice. All right, so that will power that. Let's go for a quick little flight, see how our power system works. Usually electrical's something. So these will stay up until I plumb up the or start up the main breaker, which I don't know if I like that or not, but that's how they are right now. So you come in, pick a battery, connect power. The other thing I need to do is this. I'll hook the panels up, so when I do that, when I close that breaker, all these will come on. So they'll be on the same switch. So this will turn on all my avionics. Then we want to go fuel valve 1, and we'll just take off on one engine. So anyone who came and didn't see this, I can run this on one engine now. They're interconnected. So the engine will run both rotors, and it will run both ducted fans. So I can go down to one engine for fuel savings and emergencies. All right, so 1 is up and running. Go ahead, taxi out. All right, taxiing out. Why is that off? That's not good. Why is that off? Probably electrical problem. I bet it's an electrical problem. Which one is that? Yep, right here. Electrical problem. That's why I need to check all these things, is inevitably I forget something like that. I don't like those doors not closing properly, so let's fix them. So all we need to do is these top gear doors here, right here, and right here. These will go connect together, and they will go hot bus. So they need to go on another hot bus system, which is here. That'll fix that. Then this here will go. That will hot bus, and the reason we want this hot bus is because I can fuel this without going in and turning on the systems. Let's do a quick fuel test too, now that the panel's hooked up. So we come over here, we would open it. So now see these doors, they close and there's no gap now because I've hot bussed them. So now we open up the ground service panel. This one doesn't have the, okay, they're over here. That's fine. Okay. So jet fuel, Jet A1. We're going to pump in. So I'm going to steal some fuel for right now. Oh, I'm not going to be able to draw. See, a lot of planes you can't defuel, so let's see. So we're sucking off of just number 1. So if I wanted to drain the number 2 side, the starboard side, I would have to go in the cockpit and enable the cross flow, which isn't a big deal. Most jets or most commercial planes, you're not allowed to defuel anyways because you can contaminate the tanks. So what we do is we do crossfeed. So you notice this one's dropping like a rock. We go like that, and now this one is pumping it out. So that's all you do there to pump. Check my diesel value. As you can see, I have 33 pounds of diesel fuel in my APU. So that's in pounds. So I need to index that gauge. So I want to pump everything out, and then I want to fill it back up, make sure everything's working. So we'll go pump in. Let's go defuel the APU and refuel the APU. So the other thing, too, is if we need extra fuel in there, so see it's showing 33, we can also fill up the piping this way. So you notice that's took all the fuel out already. Okay, good. And so we're completely defueling here. So you see one is now fuller than the other side because this pump is draining 2 faster than this one is being drained. Because it's only 1 pump draining instead of 2. Now, as you can see, that's going to drain off 1. So what we'll actually do is we'll come in the cockpit and we'll shut off the crossfeed. So we're currently, if you notice, I put on battery 1, which I don't get a good reading. I have to fix this, but battery 2 is off. That means that battery 2 is going to stay at 100%. It's never going to drain. So if I accidentally drained our batteries, I can just click over the switch for 2 and start the APU or start an engine and get my enough power. So we'll wait for this one to drain. And then we'll fill them back up. So it's good to test these things. And then I could always do this so we can get our electrical connection. And we plug in ground power. We'll plug in the ground power unit. And if we look at our batteries, see I can't check the whole battery, but if we look, as you can see, we're down to like 99.8. If I go ahead and do GPU, notice it's going up now because I have that ground power is now recharging my system. So where are we at here? Fuel's empty. Okay, good. Fuel's empty. So let's go ahead and we will switch over the diesel, pump that in. All right. And we'll check the filling process. So we should just be filling port. So the diesel now, if you noticed last time, remember, it was at 33 pounds. Now it's at 57. That's because of all the pipes. So we have all this pipe here that we just filled. So if we need extra APU, we just need to plug it in and fill up the pipes because it's going to drain from that tank down through the pipes and reduce the volume in the tank. So this will pump extra fuel into the pipes. So notice only number 1 is filling until we click on number 2. Now that's filling. So now we have we can fill both tanks independently like that. If I want to just fill 2, I can actually it'll eventually just suck that port side dry, but the likelihood I just want to fill 1 tank like that is pretty slim. I would just crossfeed it. I go in the cockpit and crossfeed it. I need paint under here too. But just kind of cool some of how these systems would work in real life. And they'd be like this. You have single port refueling. You can just plug in here and control which tank it's going in to make sure they're even. So you notice number 1 is at 0.95 pounds, and that's because this pump is causing all the fuel I'm putting in there to go over to starboard. So let's say I want half tanks. Shut that off, and then let's say I watch this, fill that one up to 2,500 pounds, and then I then shut the valve off and then fill this one up to 2,500 pounds, and bingo, we've got half tanks. So that's how you do it. Or you fill 1 tank to 5,000 and then in the cockpit crossfeed it over, or even fill it up, fill this one up to 5,000, click this on until they say 2,500. So pretty simple, pretty cool, pretty easy. Unplug this. We'll go for a quick little flight, and then I'm gonna probably call it a stream. I've been enjoying the stream. It's been fun. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. Yeah, so I tested it out earlier. I can get as low as 12 and change RPS on one engine when I'm doing a hover. So what's going to likely happen is when I'm doing a rescue, I'll shut down one of the engines, and I will hover and do the rescue. And then when I'm ready to go, I'll turn on the other engine, and now we have two engines. We can go faster. Or if I were to, let's say, if I pick up something heavy, I'll probably put a winch on this at some point, and I might need the extra power for the lift. All right, so we're filling up here. We're almost full. And so the ground power is good too. It keeps us from depleting our battery. And we're close enough. Let's go ahead and pull this. I can cross-feed it in the cockpit. I don't need full tanks. All right, we'll close ground service panel. And I'm just going to close the ramp, and I'll no-clip in. So I need to paint that. I need to paint the underside of that. All right, nice. Oh, come on. Oh, my God, I hate this so much that it's different keys for slow movement in the editor than it is in the game. All right, so now if you look, my battery's pretty close to topped off, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'll spin one. I need to be in the seat for the gauges. So spinning one. You want to keep the generator off because you don't want the extra resistance. Now the engine is started. You would turn on Gen 1, and then we would turn on Hydraulics 1, which I don't have set up yet. But you turn on Hydraulics 1. Now it's actually stealing some of the power from the engine that it's running. Turn the beacon, should have been on already. All right, we'll check power. I want to check that, make sure we're actually making power. So we're still losing some electricity. We'll see if we make electricity when we taxi out. It's based on if... it's going to be based off... Actually, you know what? We can actually run both generators because the interlink is going to run both of our generators for us. That's interesting. I didn't think of that for the minute. All right, so that's kind of cool feature too, is I can run both generators with the interlink because it will power both. So at a very low RPS, likely my generator's not going to be able to produce enough electricity. Notice right there, powered up. Now we're making electricity. So the generators are working fine. Let's click down on one generator. And so eventually we're not going to be able to make as much electricity with one generator, but likely with one engine we're making more than enough. We're barely burning any power. All right, good. So let's go ahead and taxi out. All right, we'll taxi out, and we'll do a combination takeoff, which is just essentially I'm gonna take off with going forward as well. So. The rate gear's coming up. And so if you guys weren't watching earlier, I can go off on one engine here. So engine 2 is shut down. Actually pretty close on speed to having two engines. But I also don't have as much weight on here as I did before. So a little bit of trimming. And the rotors automatically disconnect themselves. You can see they're just spinning on their own, and they're no longer helping me with attitude. And we're going to go ahead and fire 2. There's 2. And we get a big kick of power. And we get a lot of extra fuel burn, so... Now we're burning. I need to work on the yaw system, but that's all integrated in my autopilot. That's why I'm not doing it yet, is I'm just going to put the autopilot in, and that will fix all that. So it's going to feed. I need to put in the seat combiner. It combines both seats, so I can fly from both seats. You don't have to press a button to switch them. You can jump in either one and do it. And then that goes to, then the autopilot will feed likely to the VTOL controller. I need to change a couple things. So this has station keeping so that it will hover on a GPS location. And so what it will do is, this system will work fine as it is, because what I'll do is, once we get over 90 knots, you notice these blades no longer work. And the way it happens, if you didn't see before yesterday, was it has a multiplier. So as soon as I go over 90 knots, it starts counting down to 0. And it multiplies the pitch, say, by that number. So if I'm under 90, it's at 1. So it's, say you're pitching at 0.5. It'd be 0.5 times 1 is 0.5. As soon as I go over 90, it starts counting down to 0. When you hit 0, it'll be 0 times 0.5 is 0. So that will still work with the autopilot. What will happen is the autopilot will work the elevators to pitch me, and it will send a command to these rotors, but they'll do nothing until I get below 90. Then at 90, the autopilot will automatically start working via the pitch on these. All right, and we're going to come in and we'll land right at the helipad. I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. So let's landing gear around 250 is pretty normal. So we'll come in. We'll see how it likes me slamming on the brakes. So I'm going to go ahead and press the space bar. That will zero out my my ducted fans. It likes it. It has no problem, man. This thing is so rock stable. All right, and as you can see, coming right in. There we go. You see, so I want to look behind me, and I'm looking for the helipad. There it is. All right, and this is, again, everybody when their brother, like in a games like Star Citizen, want bubble canopies. You don't need bubble canopies. You notice, like, most things don't have bubble canopies. You just use, so we come in, and I'm going to keep the ring. So right here is the center of the H. So all I need is that ring. So I watch the center of the ring. Well, now I can't see the ring. So where's the center of the H? Right there. Now I've completely obscured myself, so I need to fix it. Do I have the gyro on? I can't tell. Anyway, I think I just turned it on. So I didn't have the auto hover on, so that helps a little bit with landing. But so like I come in at an angle. This is how you'll see people like helicopters will land. They'll come in at a little angle like this, and you change your reference point. So I can't see the H anymore, so it's the center of that ring. Then it's the center of the pad, and that will align me with the center of the H. And then the center of this is there. Well, I can't see this anymore, right? Well, guess what? The center of the mountain. So I want to put my cockpit there and the center of the mountain. So now I'm transitioning to the mountain. And that's why I like VR for like games like Flight Sim and stuff, because you look around so much IRL. And so we're going to just move forward. Center of the mountain, we should be center of the H. Right there, center of the black patch, and we're coming down. And we'll see how close we get. Pretty close. So that's how you do it without a bubble canopy. And it's like people in Star Citizen are always like, oh, you know, it has terrible visibility. I'm like, it has realistic visibility. And it's like, it's fine if you like a bubble canopy, but you don't need a bubble canopy. You just need to learn how professionals do it. You know, it's the same thing with like when I'm driving a tractor trailer or something. Your nose is big and you can't see things. You start to know how far your nose is and the perception. You can actually get like within an inch of something and you can get really close to it and you never see it, but it becomes an extension of your body. So it's kind of cool how people get really good at working machines. And it's the same thing, like little tricks like, okay, I can't see the H anymore, I'm aiming for here. Okay, I can't see this anymore, I'm aiming for here. Center of the pad is right off this point of this mountain. Bingo. Line up the point of the mountain, line up here, touchdown, right on the H. So that's how you do it in real life. But this thing is flying really well. A little bit wallowy on the roll, but that's just a sensitivity thing. But I don't mind it too much. I kind of want this to feel like it's a real aircraft. I don't want it to feel super stiff like a cartoony, arcadey game. I want it to feel like something real that takes a little bit of skill to operate. And here we go. We're off again. Gears coming up. They're really super stable. It works well. It flies well. I'm really liking this. So this is going to be fun to have in the career build series. Especially, I wanted something that could carry a couple of those fuel containers, because that's how I move my fuel around. Is if I happen to be going somewhere, I'll bring a couple tanks of diesel with me. Get a new picture for this sucker. I haven't taken a picture of this in a while since it was whited out. Where the hell did it go? Can't tell where I am anymore. There we go. I flew too far away and I can't tell. Of course, I have microcontrollers all over it again. Looks scrappy. I'm gonna put a notch of contrast in there. There we go. But yeah, I'm really liking this. Let's turn some lights on. Oh, lights on. Eventually, I'll put a logo light on, strobes, and then my landing and taxi. Remember, I set it up so that the when the gear is up, the light should be off. So if we look in the nose, you can't really see in the nose compartment, but there's no the lights off. You'd see the halo coming out of these, coming out of the hips if the lights were on. So gear up, lights go off automatically. If I put the gear down here, the lights with the lights on, they should come back on. So notice, see, now they're on again. So that sets those up. But yeah, I'm really liking this. This is a fun plane. Should have a good bit of utility. I don't want it to do everything because I hate having a craft that, like, you're like, oh, I should take that because it does everything best. So this is going to have its limitations. This is pretty thirsty on fuel. Like, we've already burned. We're coming up on 2,000 pounds on this side. Let's equalize them a little bit. So we burned about 3,000 pounds total. So a little bit around 3,000 pounds. So about, let's say 2,000 liters. So we've burned $2,000 to come down here, land, and go over there. So it's still profitable, but it is not wildly profitable. So it's like if it's a mission that's not going to make a ton of money, you wouldn't want to take this. And I kind of like to have some restrictions in there because it's like, why, you know, you'd end up only ever using one vehicle, and I hate that. It's just boring as hell. So all right, let's go ahead and we'll do a let's do a full speed landing. I don't think I've done a full speed landing yet. You know, this thing can get super slow, of course, because it's VTOL, so it's gonna, let's go in at, so 90 knots is when the rotors engage. Let's come in below 90 knots, or up just above 90 knots. So we'll come in at, like, say 120 knots. That should keep the rotors from ever working. The rotors shouldn't work at all. And so they should be doing nothing. Gears down, 3 green, 120 knots. So coming like, so the rotors, they're spinning, but they're actually not doing anything. You notice they're flat and they're actually disconnected, but the wind is moving them. I wish we could, you know, I talked about this yesterday. It'd be cool if we had a 1x1 brake block that looked, you know, say like the generator, and you could feed in a number value of 0 to 1. And so you could hook things up to a brake value. So what I'd do is I'd hook those rotors up to the brake, and then when they're off, it would completely stop them. Because I have that in, like, one of my helicopters has a stop rotor, and you have to use a wheel with the brakes. So, like, we're coming in at a normal airliner's approach speed of 120 here. Started to peel off a little bit. I pressed the wrong button. Just peel off some speed here. And touch down. There we go. So it lands well as a normal airplane. So the rotors never did anything on that. They're spinning. Now they're doing it because we're below 90. Notice now they're pitching because we're below 90. So to stay on the ground, I'll reduce thrust of my engines. So the new pattern works well. I've got the lights tipped out nicely. That's nice. They're steering, as you can see. The nose wheel steers. The light, so that's cool. That was like one of the last things that was kind of hanging around when they did that gyro update. That was really cool. Is it's like, because some, you know, a lot of us like to use pivots for the nose wheel, but they were unstable. So it was nice to be able to use the steering function, but you couldn't do the light. You couldn't hook the light up to the pivot. So now we can. Like, I have no brakes on this. I have yet to connect the brakes to this. I need to hook up. I think I have the parking brake, but I don't have variable brakes, there's parking brake. Notice that gear won't come up because we're on the ground. All sorts of cool features in here. So I think I'm gonna end up there, guys. I really appreciate you guys for watching. That was fun. This thing is getting along. You know, most of the systems it needs are in. So electrical systems, we went through that. I have a couple hiccups. I need to fix stuff here and there. The bleed system is just for what it's gonna do is essentially you need air to start your engines. And so what you would do is, I'm trying to think of how I'm gonna set this up. I need the interlink, but what I'll do is in order to have, so what will happen is when, the way I have it in my other stuff is, so you start your APU, right? And then you have your APU bleed valve. And so what the APU does is it makes compressed air. And your APU bleed opens up a valve that lets the air go and it blows into the compressor section of your turbine and spins it up. So what you would do is you would go APU bleed, all right? And then you would do bleed valve 1, so it would look like this. And so the APU air would go from APU down and into the left engine. And that's why I have arrows pointing certain ways, is that's how they do it IRL, is they show you where things are going. And so you go APU and you do a flow. You do APU, I don't need ground power anymore. APU, bleed valve. What is my APU PSI? Is it enough? Yes, it's enough. Go to left engine. Then when I go to crank my left engine, that air would be simulating going in there. So essentially all I do is an up-down counter. If the APU is on, it would, and it's over a certain RPS, it would count up and build up enough PSI to air start engine number 1. And then what you would do is you would go valve starter, and if it meets those conditions, 1 starts. If I want to start 2, now what I have is I have engine bleed air, so what we do is just add both of them together. So if engine 1 is running, this bleed valve, this number would start going up. And so what I could do is I could shut down my APU, and I could go from engine 1, and I could go bleed it to engine 2, and then now I can start engine 2. So I go, I actually probably want to do this. So it would be open bleed valve from 1, open bleed valve to 2, and now the air would go from 1 through to 2. So you check it, engine air, left to right, start, you know, and then it would be right to left, start. And now you could start the other engine with that bleed valve. And then in the air, we're going to have on, so for example, for me to be able to start this in the air, I could go fuel valve. And I'm trying to decide if I want to set this up in the air, because the thing with it, with doing the start in the air, is it doesn't need the bleed, because, yeah, you won't need it in the air because 2 ones. One, the interlink is going to, the actual torque from engine 1 is going to start 2 almost instantly, because the accessory gear drive is turning it. So the gear drive would be turned, because like I used to fly a corporate jet, didn't have an APU. It didn't air start the engines, it electrically started the engines. So what you have is a starter generator. So the generator, there's a shaft off of a gearbox in the engine, and it turns the generator, say, to the right to make electricity. Well, guess what? The generator then turns to the left to turn the engine. And so as soon as it turns the engine up, it will change over to a generator. And so that's how an APU starts. And so once you're in the air, you won't need to air start them. It will only be a ground thing. So I need to hook that up. Fuel pounds per hour is a pain to do. It's not hard, but it's hard to get the gauges not to flip-flop or look weird. So I have to try to work on that a little bit. These need to be indexed. Crossfeed works fine. Lights work fine. Hydraulics are going to be faked anyway. It's just going to be, is engine on, and is the hydraulic valve, or the hydraulic. You'd have a hydraulic pump, and you're just closing a clutch to start it. So all it would do is do an up-down counter. So if engine is on or over a certain RPS, it would be over a certain RPS, and this valve is on, and this button is on, it would start to build hydraulic PSI. If the hydraulics is at a high enough PSI, you have 100% control of your control surface. If not, also for gear, if the hydraulics is not on, gear's not going to work. And so I just put in little conditions like that on the systems. Likely one of these is going to be anti-ice. I already have that system set up. I just have to plumb it and plug it in. And then the other one, I'm not sure. I might do climate control. And then might do like a reading light for the captain, reading light for the FO, and then the lighting panel I usually put on the captain's side. I often do climate control over here, but I have a space for it here, so I might do it there. A cargo door. Cargo door I usually put in the FO side. I can still reach it from here, but kind of RP-wise, I can say, hey, you know, the FO would be the Loadmaster 2, and they could open the cargo door from here. And so you'd have 3 panels for the cargo door. One at the cargo door inside, one at the cargo door outside, and then one in the cockpit. And so you can control it from everywhere. So yeah, that's what these are going to be. So we'll fill all the panels out. This is pretty much all done. Then this is going to be bearing panel. This is autopilot panel. I just need to plug in the autopilot. That will get all that going. Bearing panel needs to be plugged in. That will get us navigating. So pretty good. I think we're making good progress. Oh, yeah, a little Lua project. Yeah, I'm still rusty as hell on Lua. I never have known Lua very well, but I need to get into Lua. All right, guys, I'm going to end it up there. I really appreciate you guys for hanging out. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I may or may not. I want to get this thing done so that I can get it in the career build series. So it'll be kind of fun. So thank you guys for hanging out, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.